Good morning. Mic test 1, 2. Check. Check 1. 14, 15, 17. Why does Spotify always do this to me? That should be quiet enough. That's kind of loud. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of audio. Okay. Let's hop in. All right. Good morning. You enjoying all this winning? So much winning. So much winning. Morning, Scott. Good morning, ABC. Good morning, Dunk. Johnny Boy, Steven, Comrade, Mental, Benjamin Trader. Everyone out there on Twitch. Doppler, DD, Palm Tree, Barkster, CJ, Omer. Nova. How we doing? We're getting a squeeze. This is definitely a squeeze taking place. That early morning gamma squeeze going on. That was quite the run up. I didn't really trade too much this morning, unfortunately. But we're going to look into kind of what the market's doing, some key levels now, and then let's dive into some individual stocks. I'll look at some individual names. I'll go through my tight list, see what else is setting up, and I'll tell you kind of what I just did this morning in my main United States Investing Championship account. Okie dokie. Sound good? PCT. I do have a position in PCT still. Yes, sure. Why? What's it doing today? It's flat today. You want to see my position in PCT? Let me, I'm not scanning the dollar amount. Here's PCT. 42%. Quite the move. I was patient on that one. I waited a while for that thing to start moving. Okay. And it's a small position. It was like my starter position. It's hella tiny, but still, whatever. I'll take it. Okay. Let me fix some of these accounts up. I want to make sure that they're all grouped and everything if I do want to take a day trade today. All right, so the S&P 500. Obviously, most people have seen this. We're rallying, and we came into some of those critical levels, the month-to-date upper expected move and last year's closing price. In last night's brief, it was a brief, and really, if you didn't watch it, you can go ahead and watch it. But it was just quick thoughts because I didn't have the time to kind of put everything together. But my thought was, when we close at the highs, you can typically see some follow through. We got some follow through, and then some of the key levels that I was looking at was the upper monthly expected move and last year's closing price. We kind of blew through that today. Not quite to the daily implied move here for SPY yet, but we're not too far off. And then as far as gamma levels go, we're not too far off of that 5,900 level, and 5,900 is really the main focus today with the shorter term traders. So if we're looking at 1 DTE or 0 date expiration options, you can see there's a lot of concentration up here at 5,900. And given the context that we have very bullish market net flow for the bulk of the trading session today, red line goes flat, green line goes this. This is what makes trend days. This is what makes those squeezes really take place. This is what you want to see if you're bullish. I would say that would be the upper bounds of today to watch for 5,900, at least for right now. And we're right there. We're just, this is NQ on my right hand side. We're just going sideways right now. We're a stone's throw from the high of the trading session. We've basically been at the high of the trading session for the entire trading session, right? We haven't had any pullbacks. I guess this was a pullback, if you want to consider that a pullback. The daily volume weighted average price, if anything were to break in the market today, pay very close attention to this daily, the daily VWAP. I'm not too sure if we're going to get down there, so I went ahead and applied a volume weighted average price to the first consolidation right here, and it's a little bit higher, right? So if we were to get a break anywhere between to here or to here, these could be potential levels that you can play off of if price were to come breach it down there. And if that was to be the case, I'd be watching the tick chart, right? And if the tick chart, if it ended up coming into one of those levels with a very extended reading, I would be executing into that for a day trade. As it stands right now, I mean, if you've been long, you can pretty much hold it until 5,900 and manage risk as you see fit. But this market is it's strong, and it's being led by some of the bigger players like Nvidia, right? That was quite the squeeze, way outside of its upper eyeball range here today. No tag of its daily VWAP. We had Meta also. This is just a brick house today. That's what's moving these markets right now. We have Meta pretty much, and Amazon and Nvidia. All right, so Amazon also right at its upper vol range. You're kind of getting a little toppy here, but we're still holding daily VWAP. That's totally fine. What I did, because I have positions in Amazon, I have positions in Tesla. What else did I have position in? I got a lot of different positions on. I bought SSO, which is just ProShares Ultra S&P 500. Oh, and Google. I guess I had a little bit of Google left, although that's like nothing. So I don't think that really counts. I thought I was stopped out actually on Google. Give me a second here. That's weird. I was trading Google on that big 9% down day, and apparently I still have a little bit of a position, but I thought, I thought I was stopped out right here. I must have not have had a right. Okay. Well, whatever. I'm not too sure what happened there. Okay, so I have just a little bit of Google apparently left, which is whatever. And this is what I did today. So as the market's pressing up to these higher levels, I'm now reducing exposure once again, right? So as the market's been on this monster tear, this is right. This was their pain trade. This was the pain trade playing out. Like this is what we were discussing in the brief. How I don't think that the market's going to get new lows. I think that the pain trade is going to be going to last year's closing price and go flat year to date. And that's we're here. I can't believe it. It's crazy. And now, right? I don't think that that's a pain trade anymore. I think that now it's the FOMO trade, which can really make this market kind of continue, especially when you take into consideration CTAs, vol control funds, just FOMO in general, and so forth. So for me, I know that this market still has the gas behind it to move higher, but being as it is, as I caught some of this move, I'm looking to just chop out some of this stuff and lock in some of these gains, and then look for the consolidations. And the reason here is simple, because look at the S&P 500. We'll pull up the SPY chart. Okay, here's a SPY chart. Bam. This thing went from, right when we were talking about how the pain trade is not lower. Dude, I hate having windows in my office. I don't hate it, but I have family outside looking at me through the windows. I'm like, yeah, can you not? Goofy. So as this is kind of where we started saying the pain trade, I don't think is lower. I think it's going to be higher. And this has been a one-way ticket. And that to me is a painful trade. It's a lockout rally. You either caught some of the move, you didn't catch some of the move, you're chasing the move, whatever. It's a powerful move, but now, and it still has the potential to go higher, obviously, given the context of what's going on here. But I don't want to hold through periods of consolidations. I would prefer to take some of the big profits off the table and then look for consolidations and continue to look for various setups in the market. Okay, so we'll look at some various names that are kind of flashing on the screen and so forth. Look at ARK, man. Look at this thing. This was one of the trade ideas. I didn't trade this one, but we were looking at this down here, and this thing just ripped, man. 16-17%. If this bottom is actually in, it is likely to see some of these small caps pick back up. And, that was a pretty big move from down here to 170 to 208, that's for sure. But we haven't seen any sort of consolidation. And some of the small cap names we went over on the squeeze list, and those things did pretty darn well on yesterday's trading session. And we'll see if there's more gas in those tanks. But like AAOI yesterday, I mean, this thing broke out. I mean, it doesn't look like much, which it's not, but it is a big move. It was like 23 or 30% or something like that. And it was on good volume. Tesla was another name that we were just keeping an eye on this base breakout. I did sell some, left some on. I sold a little bit more today. I'm leaving some on. Tesla can get crazy. This thing could rip, right? And it was just a brand new base breakout, but I was entering a little bit early for the potential of breakout. And then when we started breaking out, I added a little bit more, and I got lucky with some continuation. And now I'm just holding a little bit and looking for consolidations here too as well. We'll look at some of these individual names. If you want, you can type them in the chat. I'm gonna make a list here. We'll put them up here. Hey, what's up? What's up, everybody? What's up, AA? Hey, thanks for subbing for 2 months there, Generator. Appreciate that. Over here on Twitch, we got a flag. If you want to, just if you want me to look at a certain time frame, make sure you clarify it. If you don't clarify it, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that it's the daily chart. Okay. And sometimes if I like the daily chart, I'll go into the smaller charts too. But typically I'm looking at daily charts here. Okay. I'm gonna write them some of these down. We got quite a bit. We got UNH, UPST, we got ARM, we got AVGO. Yeah, those are all ones that we're gonna carry. Yeah, Nvidia for sure. RDVT. Yeah, we'll get that. QS. Yeah, we'll get QS. We'll get Oxy. Hood. Yeah, for sure. Some of these crypto equity names, right? Coin is now being entered into the S&P 500. So that was on the tight list. Look at this thing. Right? Sailor to shift tool turns positive. This got on the tight list this week, and this is what you want. This is why I like tight lists, is because if you find consolidations, right? Contraction, right? Expansion leads to contraction. Expansion leads to contraction. Contraction, right? Leads to expansion. You don't know this is going to happen, but you can take stabs with good risk to reward in place, and when it plays out in your favor, it's like, great. Unfortunately, most people find out about the move during the expansionary time when it's a little too late, right? Or if it starts to break out like this and people are like, okay, now, like, it's getting attention. So that's why I look when no one's paying attention. It's typically during periods of consolidation. I have a scan that actually looks for... So there's a lot of scans out there. I don't know if you all know this, but a lot of scans that look for like higher RVol, which is relative volume, right? Like people look for like, hey, what are the high volume movers today? I kind of reverse engineer that to look for relative volume that was declining. Because what that tells me is if volume's contracting, perhaps price action is contracting with it. And that's kind of the pair that I look at. I forget what I called it. I think I called it the high desert scan. Or the show me the money scan. I think it was originally the high desert scan because it kind of went up. I'm looking for stocks that went high and then kind of just became like sort of a desert and just went flatland where volume dried up, price dried up. And I'm looking for moves like this. I'll show you that scan. You can do it for free on FinViz. ALB, squeezed list. Hey, Palm Tree, wait, was ALB in the squeeze list? Or should be in the squeeze list? Oh, A-Lab. Okay, my bad. I was like, wait, I don't remember that one. A-Lab, yeah. I do remember A-Lab. What happened to A-Lab? I just want to look at that because if that was in the squeeze list. Yeah, nice. Or could have been in the squeeze. I don't know if this was in the squeeze list or not. No, this was this? I can't remember. I had to pull up the squeeze list. I had like 9 names. But nice move. Coming out of that nice little pocket there. Palantir, yeah, we'll pull up Palantir. MPW, that's one of those high short interest names. I'm a little hesitant on MPW because there was like a lot of negative stuff about that company a while ago. Like some really good research and analysts like looked into that and they're like, yeah, this is garbage company. And I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't mean you can't short squeeze. It's on fire right now. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, we'll revisit that one. MPW reminds you of Master Pandu. Oh, like a dumpster fire. Oh, okay. I mean, that's what I heard. The company is like a dumpster fire, basically. I don't know much about how to analyze REITs per se, but one of the analysts that was in the real estate market, I got to meet him out in LA too. MPW was on his hit list. He was like, this company is worth nothing. And apparently all the executives, he was like, dude, not only are they frauds, but they're like, he went on and on. I can't remember everything he said. This was a couple of years back, but he was like, yeah, this is it's not the company you want to be long. But then again, it's like, okay, well, when I trade, I think if it sets up, right? You'll still get squeezes and pops higher. And even if the company sucks, it might take a while and you might get some news one day and you'll be like, hey, something bad happened. And then all of a sudden it's down 50%. You're like, oh, whoops. That's always possible. All right, Costco, we'll pull up Costco. Would you take a short scalp on SPY if it gets above the daily expected move? Yeah, I want to see how it would get up there though. So like right now it's like consolidating pretty nicely here. So I'm not going to short on a consolidation because remember, if price contracts and it expands in my direction, I just get blown through the water here on a short scalp, right? So if it does reach up into these ranges, yeah, I can see the case for that, but I want to know what it looks like when it gets there, right? So if I am looking at a very short-term chart and I'm like trading NQ or like say S&P 500 over here on my right screen and price comes up through 5,900 and NQ is just like bam, like all the way up there, I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll fade that, but I'm not going to fade it to like, fall back to flat on the day. It's going to be a scalp, right? It'll be like a few points basically. Nothing crazy, or it'd be small and then I try to catch like a little bit more of a pullback. But that's the thing with fading, right? If you think of it in terms of a rubber band, right? Rubber band stretches, boom, or rubber band, a pendulum, however you want to place it, right? You swing one pendulum to one side, it'll swing back with some more force, right? Rubber band, same shit. Oh, pardon my French. So yeah, it just depends on how it gets there. And right now it's been a very strong move, but I mean, like, look at this. Look at NQ right here on the 30-second time frame. I know it's 30 seconds, so, bear with me here, but I like to sometimes look at this micro stuff just to see if there's any interesting little developments. But I mean, we're still we're just pressing highs through the day. Like this, we're going to pull back and what, it's going to be bought right back up to 21.3? Right? There's not much you can do here from a short perspective. It would just be biting your fingernails because the flow of the market, just the squeeze kind of that's taking place here in some of these names, it's a little too scary to just go right now. But like you said, if you're patient, you wait for those levels, and how the price gets there makes sense for like just kind of a snapback fade. Yeah, sure. But being as it is right now, if there's a high probability that price is going to get up here, I mean, your trade right here, the easier trade would be playing it up to here. That would be the easier one. But then obviously you think, well, I missed this. It can't go further. And, typically when you think that way, then it goes further. And then when you go long, then it turns around, right? Who's been there before? A-Lab was in the tight list. Cool. Yeah, Palantir has been just a monster. We'll pull up TLT. We'll look at some of these internals too of the market. I can feel myself because when I'm looking at my year-to-date P&L and been catching some pretty nice trades. Now I'm coming to the point where I'm slowing down. And when I slow down, I immediately think, okay, now I got to pick it back up. I got to keep this momentum going. And I know for a fact when I start feeling like that, right? Or if I miss something, it's time to play catch up. It's the market's moving. My portfolio is slowing down now as I'm selling into it. I'm like, okay, maybe now's the time to step away a little bit. Getting all antsy and all hopped up, even though that I've been doing just fine. All right, so we got quite a bit of names here. This is the S&P 500. It's kind of moving into that area that we just said. Of course, I don't have a trade on, which that would have been perfect. We all know what happens when I trade live. I mess things up. I'm going to keep this up before we open up these individual names here because we're coming into that 5,900 right now. Darn near close. So for those that said, you know, scalp short, that 5,900 level, if we can pop through here, I mean, that'd be a good move. That'd be a good little, like a little quick fade maybe. But it needs to be a stronger move. Like it has to go straight up, go like straight up there. Go, 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 go. Like a fast push. Like a blow off type move here. And then, you know, if we can get a tick chart reading of over 1,000, that would even be greater. You know, we didn't quite get there. We haven't had much tick readings over 1,000 or below 1,000 because volatility has been coming in. So this strategy doesn't work. It still works great, but you get way less signals doing what I do here when you're paying attention to a more lower volatility environment. So that's why I've been looking at way more different trade setups from a swing trading perspective. This is a swing traders market. It switched. Doesn't mean you can't make money day trading. It's just the strategy that I used, way less opportunities for me. Mike just forgot to sell your position to make more money. Yeah, that's true. I probably should do that. That's what happened last time. I'm just like, well, okay. So you want to hear something crazy? The night of the announcement, so when we were up like 3%, right, the other day, when futures market opened up, I was watching kind of the open, and I took a position, a long position, and when I got out of the position, right, it was only it was one MNQ, so it was like nothing, and it went up like $50 over the 5 accounts or whatever, and I was like, all right, sweet, I'm just gonna close it out, and I'll be up in the morning, and I'll trade, you know, this crazy market when we had the 3% up day. And I don't know what happened, but I hit the sell button twice, apparently, because when I woke up in the morning, I'm like making my coffee, I go to my stuff, I log into my stuff, I had a short position on. I had one MNQ contract that was short. So I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Like, I don't know, like that, I didn't know last time, I didn't know this time. So basically they evened themselves out. Because I was down like $500 or $600 right at the open. I'm like, okay, awesome. So now I get to play catch up and make this money back. So like pretty much yesterday, I think it was, right? Yeah, Monday, I spent the day just clawing out of that. I'm like, this sucks. So I got to do better at making sure my orders are closed out properly. Going to bed thinking that I was like, sweet, I made a little bit of money on this little pop here in the open, and now I'm going to wake up and had a one MNQ contract because apparently I sold 2 after buying 1. I'm so happy. Could have been way worse. Way worse. Way worse. Especially on a day like that. All right. We'll look at UNH. I don't think UNH is an overreaction. I think that it's properly discounting what's going on, which now probably can lead to some sort of a bounce. So I guess, yeah, in a way, I guess you could say overreaction. Yeah, UNH was pretty wild. You know what's funny is UNH started getting on my radar just the other day, and I was like, man, I feel like a lot of people right now are probably looking for this thing to bounce. And I was like, I'm just going to hold off a little bit because I like playing these big fades. And I was like, I'm just going to hold off because I feel like if I'm thinking this way, could be quite a bit of people. And what we'll probably end up seeing is a break lower. So it got to break lower. And I'm still, sometimes I'll post in the little swing trading, part of the Discord that I'll take fade trades. Like Google, right? Google, I did that. But this, I just haven't yet. The sellers are quite aggressive. But here's the thing. just as we stated about kind of the rubber band, this thing is getting pretty stretched out. You're going to get a snapback. It will come. You'll meet some sort of, base. Either a base is going to build out, and that's going to be kind of that equilibrium here where we kind of break and come back to, or we'll come back and try to fill a gap, pull back, right? Whatever the case is, break another day, scare people even more, and then head. But this does feel like a little bit of a type of capitulatory type move, but it felt capitulatory right here, right? You had this big volume break, and then what happened? You followed through, and it just drizzled lower before a massive snap. That's pretty wild. It's a pretty wild move. What was the news? I think there was the new CEO was placed, and I think what really hurt it here was didn't they do something about like pulling guidance or something like that? Maybe that's what initially kind of broke this. Something like that. But yeah, if I was to trade this right now, like I wouldn't even care what the entry is. If I go long right now, like it would be a 1%, 2% position maybe, given the context of how stretched it is, and then I'd probably just hold it and probably sell the strength into it because I'll probably be right? You buy right here, and even if it goes down further, like you'll probably catch some sort of a bounce here in the near future. I'm just, I don't know, gun shy, I guess. The CEO quit. Oh, like a new CEO quit? Tom Lee. What's Tom Lee saying? Didn't Tom Lee say that he was wrong and apologize, and then the market ripped? Hood's gone vertical. Yeah, pulling guidance. Okay, that's what I thought it was. It was something about pulling guidance. Okay. Let's pull up some of these names, and I have my laptop or iPad here too because I want to scan through some of my tight list. Still think the easy trade is still higher here. 5,900 is in sight. Just finished our first 2-hour candle. Price action is just flagging out here. Gosh, man, this thing ain't stopping right now. It is just going. Pretty intense. Pretty intense, I'd say. Let's go to 21.3. Let's I kind of even want to play it into 21.3 to be honest. 21.3 is about right here. Let's see, just draw a little horizontal line to see here. See if we can get a little of a push. I still want to go through individual names, but this market's just crazy right now. Go 21.3. Let's keep on going. Gamma exposure increasing up a little bit higher. 59.25. Yeah, 5,900. It feels like we're going to get to 5,900. I would prefer a stronger move, clearly, obviously, but to play some sort of a fade. ASTS. ASTS was actually hey President, I think ASTS was on my squeeze list. I think it was, right? That's like a, what is that? Like a space, I forget what it is. What is ASTS? Let me pull it up really quick. Was this the one that I had on? It could have been it. I think that this might have been on the squeeze list. I can't remember. I think it was there, but we had earnings, and that's what kind of held me off of it, I think. Actually, now to think of it, I'm thinking about these older names that have been doing good. So TEM, I still have a position in TEM. This thing's crazy. Played it down here. I have a little bit left. It's like 67%. App, I'm out of app, unfortunately. That thing was a big move too, right from this pocket. And then we had like names like GRAL down here too. Like, look at these moves, man. Look at we had this little consolidation, a follow through today of 12%. This thing is just killer. Some of these names, man, you were seeing some pretty big moves here. Yeah, ACHR, was that on the squeeze list too? Oh my goodness. Was that on the squeeze list? I feel like this one was, or maybe on the tight list. I can't remember. Yeah, look at that. Holy moly. I'm going to just pull up the squeeze list, just see what's going on there. Let me, see if I can load it. I'll go back over to here. Sorry. I was trying to watch for 21.3, see if it come up there. Yeah, so, oh man, look at this. BBAI, that was the squeeze list. Look, we're up 15% right now. This was on the squeeze list. Looking for a potential squeeze back up to this high, potentially higher. Bam. SMR was on the squeeze list. That had earnings though. That thing's popping off today, 22%. EOSE was on the squeeze list. That one hasn't really moved. Oh yeah, no, it did move. Pull down, pop a little higher to around where we marked out about 7. Let's take a look at Lemonade was on there. What's that doing? Not much, just a little pop higher. Nothing crazy, but it's up a couple percent. What didn't have earnings? Did FFAI have earnings? AEHR, was that one of them? Yeah, that was one of them. Oh yeah, it was AEHR that I had on that list. That one didn't really move. Some of the quantum names had what was that quantum name? Not quantum. Yeah, no, it was quantum. Oh, that one had earnings though. What is the name? RGTI. Yeah, how did earnings do on that? Earnings. Looks like earnings did it. Is this the reaction to earnings right here? I assume that this, yeah, because this wasn't earnings reaction. This was the earnings reaction. So you initially popped higher and then earnings was not that great, but it just kind of came down to where it was. What's up with quantum names? QBTS, was it? Wow, this thing shot up too. Nice moves. Nice moves. Oh, we got up to the 21.3. My bad. I was looking for that as a tag, and shit. I took an MNQ and I totally missed it, of course, and it's back to where I was. So I'm just gonna exit because I messed that up completely. Awesome. Of course, this is why I can't trade live. I swear to you. I just can't do it, man. I get too distracted looking at other stuff. Just kind of keep the show going. I'm just getting out. What did I take there? I took like a few bucks, and it came right. It came right to the target that I was going to play at, basically, but I wasn't fast enough. Whatever. It'll be up there again, probably. Let's look at 5,900 there. SPY still kind of off of its daily implied move. Market net flow still incredibly bullish. 587, we're above that. Man, this market is just cranking here, just cranking. All right. Yeah, live trading is too much of a task, especially when I'm still trying to look at like individual names and kind of walk through what people want to see. We're going to go through that list of names. I'm going to pull up my list right now. So we talked about UNH, Upstart. This one looked pretty decent here. We saw some pretty good volume, and we're kind of, I'm thinking I'm getting Upstart actually mixed with something because this is not what I quite remember. What was the one? Maybe it was this one. I can't recall. Was it Upstart or was it something else? I can't remember. Somebody can help me out here. It's like Upstart. That's why I'm getting confused, because I remember it looked a little differently. Well, we got this line kind of just going across where we had prior support, turned prior resistance, and we're kind of back up into this level right now. Earnings is out of the way. Initial reaction down. recovered. Okay, so as far as the setup goes here, maybe, perhaps, right? This is some sort of a inverse head and shoulder where we pop higher, the 50-day starts to slope around. I prefer still to see some more tighter price action before just saying, yeah, I'm gonna go long right here, right? Because the momentum could keep us going, but I just prefer looking for the consolidation. Because if I look at this, I'm like, okay, where's my stop go? Under here, or is it way under here, right? So if it was way under there, that's minus 23%. So I have to be okay with losing 23% on the trade, or $12, $13 per share. So it has to be a small position, right? I'm not going to take a full-size position to lose 20% on. It'd be great if it kept on going higher on a full position, but it's just not kind of really how I operate there. ARM. ARM is approaching declining 200-day. And this is all, why it looks just like the one that we just looked at. You had prior support turned into prior resistance, and now we're kind of breaking back through that, but it's coming into a declining. So once again, I would like to see the consolidation, see how things shape up. 50-day catch up maybe a little bit to offer up a little bit more of an opportunity. But so far, right, it looks like the market right now. It looks like the S&P 500 where you just kind of grind higher. AVGO, Broadcom. Yeah, this thing's a monster. Geez, we're almost at highs again. Earnings around the corner. This is getting a little bit parabolic in fashion. As you can see, it's kind of just like levitating up higher and higher. Look at these trends going boom, 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 boom. So yeah, I definitely, if I was long, if this is one of the names that I took while like we started getting follow through days in the S&P 500, these are the names that I'd be selling into a little bit and locking in some of the gains, and then re-looking for periods of consolidation. These moves, just so you know, they're not going to last like this. It can go and it can go, but you will go through periods of consolidations. It will pull back, and if you get too antsy and you buy like up here, you're going to have to just deal. Like, you might be right and it'll go higher, right? That very well may be true, but you're probably just going to have to deal with a longer drawn out period of sideways movement or pullback or chop, right? Who knows what it might look like, and that could wear people out. For me, the reason why I like these tight periods of contraction is because you know exactly where you're right and where you're wrong. And when it expands, you keep your capital in there for a short period of time. And if it blows in your favor and goes boom, you can update your stops. You can, compound your money faster than if you were like to make a new entrance here, right? So for example, okay, so say if we were investing, I'm just going to say 500 bucks. I'm just going to, it's a random number, right? 500 bucks. You are doing it right here. Okay. And you are right. And I'm like, I'm going to invest 500 bucks too. Okay. But right now I'm going to put my 500 bucks somewhere else that's maybe doing the type of pattern that I like. You're going to put it here, and maybe it goes up and you're like, yeah, see, I'm right. But then it goes like this. Meanwhile, my name has expanded to the upside and I locked in some of those profits. And during that time, while I'm locking in the profits on that big move, you're now basically flat even, and this thing is about to take off like a rocket ship, and I'm entering in here, but you've been in right here. So you hold it all the way to here, and you're like, see, I got it, I was right. And I'm like, okay, cool. Well, I entered right here after trading over here, and now I'm also exiting right here. So you spent more time in a trade. I spent less time in a trade, and I was able to compound those profits a little bit quicker because I didn't have to wait through that contraction or consolidation. Does that make sense? Hopefully that's kind of some insight to the way that I approach it. I'm looking for my capital to compound at a quicker rate, and or to break down and tell me when I'm wrong right away. And a lot of the times when it breaks down, it reverses. So it's like say if I was going, well, this is not a great example, but right. Say if it goes like this, boom, it breaks down. I get stopped out. I'm like, oh, I'm wrong. And then it shoots back up. I can always look to re-enter on a move like this, or, sometimes it goes like this, boom, and then takes off. I'm like, okay, well, what it is. I'm wrong right there, right? So you get fake outs all the time. You just gotta, the harder part here is to cut your losses and be a good loser, so to speak. Okay. Okay, HIMS, we'll put that on the list. We did UNH. Next on the list here is Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia is seeing just some strength today. So same story goes, just like Broadcom. Right now I'm looking for consolidations. If I were to pull up the monthly expected move on Nvidia, I believe it was, let's see, 124. So we're outside of the monthly expected move by a bit. Down here, right? Somewhere around here. That was a monthly implied move, and SPY is above it too. So Nvidia is outside of the monthly implied move. It's only May 13th, getting this squeeze. So I'm not looking to get excited out of these levels. Now I'm looking for consolidations, right? And I could say the same thing for, on the flip side, if I was looking to buy as an investment, right? Remember when SPY was falling like this in the first month of the quarter? Do you all remember where SPY's quarterly expected move was? It was right here. It's like right here, 513. So in the first, part of this quarter, April, boom, we shot right through it, met the quarterly implied move. So we did what was priced in for the entire quarter in the matter of a few trading sessions. So if you were looking to be like, I'm looking for good opportunities to buy, to add into a longer term portfolio. I mean, if that happens the first month of the quarter, even the second month of the quarter, and you're buying the lower quarterly implied moves, and you know the history of the S&P 500 that typically just goes higher even through, say if you buy the lower end of the quarter this quarter and it drops next quarter to the lowest end of the quarter. Okay, so you just averaged in there at the lowest quarterly implied moves, right? And then it eventually comes back at some point. Those are some good entries for the longer term type traders, especially when it happens like that. Now we're at the monthly implied move, right? Here's 5,900 here for the SPX. So somebody had asked, is this a good area to kind of short it? I'm not a fan of this little consolidation pull right up to there, but this is probably where we can stall a bit, right? That kind of makes sense to me. We didn't quite get up to the daily implied move for SPY, but we did hit the 5,900, and that seemingly a pretty big wall over here. Okay. You can see, came right into it, kind of rejected a little bit, but still me. Okay. Once again, I'm too slow for that stuff right now. I'm a horrible loser. Don't call me a loser. You got to be a good loser. Some of the best traders are the best losers, believe it or not. Okay, we'll pull up some of these other names as it's pretty much perfectly getting a little rejected here from 5,900. Basically 1 penny from it. Little punk. Oh. Okay. Pull up some of these other names. RDVT. Red Violet. Looks like it was a pretty strong earnings move. So yeah, this is a good looking name. Yeah, good looking name. Anytime that we see like a big bullish earnings move like this, I like to see like 6-7 days of consolidation and then look for follow through. So yeah, I hope that this thing can kind of like come in just a little bit more here, and then I would try to play the move up to 50 or higher. But yeah, I mean, you get a beautiful higher lows, beautiful trend, big earnings, power earnings move. These are the type of moves that I love this type of stuff. These are the trades that I love. Yeah, I would prefer more consolidation, and unfortunately, I hardly ever get what I ask for. Sometimes it shows differently. Sometimes we keep continuing, or it shows way later. But this one would be on the radar for sure. Just even for where we are now, that'd be a 10% move, and if you get a full measured move, that'd be pretty big. Good looking chart, good stuff. QS, QuantumScape. Yeah, this one had a nice little consolidation here, but it's all in a downtrend. So it's kind of moving with the market's kind of excitement here. So I'd be looking for consolidations. I feel like there's sometimes a little bit, some better names. I don't know, what the news is or anything behind this one. But what looks small, like this little move looks small, but that's 10%. So I'd still be looking for the consolidations, and preferably, on a name like this, if it's in a bad downtrend and on the daily, I'd be looking at the shorter time frame, like a 15-minute, and then looking for the consolidations to hold above a rising 5-day moving average and play it shorter term. Oxy, so oil names. This is just in a pretty bad downtrend. I'm not really interested in this right here. I know this was like a Warren Buffett name that he got into, but this thing has just been hammered. So it's going to take a while for this thing to recover. Like structurally recover, right? We might snap back hard, but to structurally recover, we'd have to have the 200-day flat, the 50-day start sloping back up, this thing to like build some sort of a base and give us some sort of a better entry. So if stuff like this happens where you get like these outsized moves, maybe that might be the time to enter. But right now it's just a series of lower highs and lower lows. And if you're thinking of this in terms of a trade, like a shorter term trade, like a swing trade, not the greatest looking chart. If you're looking at it in terms of an investment, I mean, like Warren Buffett says, you'll go through many times where your equity and your stock goes down 50+%, and he says, whatever, So it depends on your time frame too. That was a pretty big crack of this high over here. Maybe a retest in the near future. Yeah, so Hood. Yeah, this thing's been tearing. This was up on the tight list here too. Crypto-related type names. You've got this little double bottom neckline break over here too, and we're coming into priority supply. So this would be a name that I'd say keep on the radar. Once again, look for consolidations. If you enter here, you might get stuck in the trade, right? And it doodles around. You might get excited, goes a little higher, but then it'll eventually consolidate. Another good-looking chart there. Palantir. Yeah, Palantir is just insane. This one's breaking to new highs today. There's nothing bearish about that. Earnings out of the way, some follow through. This is, crazy name. Absolutely incredible. Some might call this, somewhat of a cup pattern. I would prefer a longer base here. But this would be on the radar too. Anytime you get new highs, you want the stock on the radar, because typically, for trend followers, strong stocks get stronger, weak stocks get weaker. That's a basic principle of trend following. So when you're breaking to a new high, it should be on the radar. A-Lab. I think that was on the tight list. Nice consolidation, nice pop. Reclaiming that 200-day, 50-day starting to slope around. Earnings are out of the way. Once again, just looking for consolidations and stuff like this. Palantir, we just talked about. MPW, we kind of talked about, but it's looks kind of weak. It looks pretty weak, and I don't know. I heard some weird, some bad stuff about it, so I kind of just stay away from this stuff. I mean, and it's a REIT, low priced, high short interest. The only time that I try to play something like this is if it really sets up, like during where the market looks like it's also going to get some sort of a short squeeze or some individual names, then maybe I can try to play that. But I feel like there's some other names that I just focus in on. Costco, still very strong. But we're right at those highs, all-time highs, but earnings is right around the corner. Okay. Kind of consolidating nicely here. But once again, earnings is around the corner, so it's actually holding up pretty well right now, given the context that I don't think, like, from a sector standpoint today, right? Healthcare is getting crushed, biotech, consumer staples, right? Those are getting crushed. What's funny is when I was doing my scans this week, how many names popped up from a positive perspective? It was mining names. And you want to know how many mining names that I put on my list for the watch list? I'm pretty sure 0. But they were all looking really good. All looking really good. And I was just like, This is going to be the most obvious. Like something told me, I was like, sometimes you got to just trust some gut intuition, but sometimes these, and it's still, I mean, they still look good, right? Like here's GDX. I forget which names it was. It was like FNV, right? Yeah. So it had this nice consolidation here. What's some other mining names? was it RGLD? Yeah, RGLD. Also like sideways consolidation here. And I was just getting, I had so many names in my scans of just mining companies. Newmont Mining looked hecka good. Right here, right? Boom, it was tightening up right here. And I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to put any of these on my list. On my watch list. Or on the tight list. I'm pretty positive I left none of them on there. And I couldn't tell you why from an intuition standpoint, but it just, I was just on edge. I feel like everyone was focused in on that. And I was like, I don't think this is the time now. They've already ran far, and we have other names that probably were not a focus. So I thought there was going to be like some sort of a shift here. And now you can see, right, this week, like Newmont is down, almost 8%, but the chart was looking great. And it still kind of is, right? Now we're pulling down to these lower levels. But I don't know, gold was just flying higher, and it felt like, the dollar could see some potential strength. Something about miners, man. I just don't trust their technical setups nearly as much. I don't know. TLT, somebody had mentioned TLT. Yeah, these things are getting just, wow. 10-year yield keeps rising. This is crazy. Look at this thing. Where are we right now? We're in no man's land with bonds. Hey, there's a rising wedge that broke down. Let's see here. What would be a measured move of this? $80? Yikes. That'd be something special. So a lot of people have been mentioning that the bonds, right? This is like the kind of they're like, they're saying that this is bad for the markets. And in theory, technically, right, if yields start pressing higher, it could very well turn bad, right? We can be pricing, hey, potentially more inflation, right? Or stickier inflation, stagflation. That's a possibility. And as we creep higher, it could be. But right now, the market's correlation with the bond, with yields, with the fixed income space, there wasn't. I posted a chart on Twitter because everyone was saying, "Holy, like cow, like this move is going to get faded. This move is nothing, right? It's just noise because of the bond markets telling you a different story." And I shared a chart there, basically showing that there was no correlation on a 20-day rolling period. It was like there was no correlation. So until the correlation shows back up is when I would start talking about it again. But right now, from that shorter time frame, there wasn't really anything. So I just wasn't really too worried about the move higher in yields in the very near term. We'll see if that changes, right? What happens if we start becoming very positive correlation and it goes higher? Well, then the market can move higher with it. So there's two assets that I'd say pay attention to and their correlations. That's the dollar, right? You could Dixie, right? The trade weighted dollar. And then also I like to look at the TNX. So I like to look at these correlations that these two products have. It looks like a W, TNX, and then the dollar. I like to look at like 20-day correlations. Sometimes, 60-day correlation, 180 and so forth too, from a longer time perspective. But I like to look like, how does the dollar correlate to S&P 500? How does it correlate S&P 500 to 10-year yield, right? Because what happens here is if you know where the dollar is going to go, right? If you know that the dollar could break higher here, like just saying, right? I don't know if it's going to, but if you know that the dollar can head higher here based off of whatever, the idea would be you better find the names that are positively correlated to the dollar. Because if the dollar goes higher, your assets that you're looking at are positively correlated go higher. And then from a flip side is, if you know the things that are strongly negatively correlated, if the dollar goes higher, what's going to sell off? I mean, right out of the gate, right? Gold comes to mind. Right? So we'll look at gold. So yesterday, the dollar was up, right? Pretty big. What was gold doing? Gold was down. Now gold's up slightly. Why? Well, the dollar's down. So there's a strong negative correlation here. So if you're bullish gold, in theory, what you're saying to me is you're bearish the dollar, right? And if you're saying I'm bullish the dollar and I'm bullish gold, please help me understand that. I guess from a different time period, different situations like that. But does it make sense? Yeah, we'll pull up some more of these names here. Somebody had mentioned HIMS. We'll go into DOCU. I have a position in DOCU. Let's see what that's doing actually. HIMS, yeah, very tight consolidation. I even think that this ended up being on the tight list back here and it broke out higher. I don't really trade this one. I don't know why. This is another high short interest name. So when you get squeezes, you get big moves. Look for consolidations, pullbacks. It's still holding strong, right? Just crazy move. Look at this thing. Bam, boom, bam. All over the place. It was very nice. They had some good technical setups. I loved like stuff like this, these type of setups right here. And then I even like this, but I still didn't trade it. How we kind of came into this 200-day and it was tightening up really nicely. I just didn't trade it. But yeah. Let's take a look here at the markets. That yeah, look at that. Look at that tag over here, man. That was just clean as heck. And then we've rejected for that 5,900 pretty nicely. So if whoever said that they wanted a short, well, I don't know if they said 5,900. They said actually the daily implied move we didn't quite reach there, but we kind of talked about 5,900. Not an easy short, but I don't know, like 30 points in NQ so far. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Let's look at DOCU. Yeah, hey, woo, nice. Give me a second here. I want to see, did I sell any of this? Give me a second, let me refresh my stuff. Nice, yeah, I'm up, I'm on the up and up with my DOCU. I think I bought it right around here. No, I bought it higher. I bought it right over here on Breakout, I guess. That's exactly where I bought it. I bought it right on Breakout at 83.33. Right here. Right on Breakout. 83.33. So I'm up like 7% on the position. And I think I took a little bit off today. So what happens here is I'll probably update my stop to probably the low of the trading session, or maybe like I sold a little bit, so maybe I'll do 50% stop at this low, 50% stop at this low for the remaining shares and go from there. I took a trade in Beyond, BYON. This is a random one. I don't really share these type of names. Oops. But price action was it was like everything was looking like we can potentially get squeezed. And this thing, look at the volume, how it just dried up so tightly here. And it was kind of hanging on right here. I was like, I feel like this could probably see some sort of a pop, either down or up. So I would have been stopped out right away. When did I enter this? Oh, I must have bought, oh yeah, I bought it this day as it was kind of coming back through. I didn't enter it here. 412. Probably going to sell some of that too. Actually, I'm going to sell some of it right now. I don't need this. Really. I'll sell a third. Lock it in. There we go. I'm going to just sell a little bit more of my DOCU here, just a little bit. I can't remember what I sold exactly. I'd have to go back in. Okay. Yeah, we can pull up Kava. Yeah, US oil for TNX. Yep. We'll SLB Unity. Oh, was that the name that I was looking at? Hey, this looks pretty good. Who said that? Elior? I'm sorry if I'm messing the name up here. ENVX. I actually have a position in ENVX. It's not up much. It's like 8% up. which is basically what we're up today. But yeah, ENVX, I can pull that one up again. I'll show you where my entry's at. I've had that name though, like for a little bit, and it's very small, like 1.5% precision. Okay, Unity Software. This actually looks pretty nice. So there's no trend by any means, but do you notice how the price actions got pretty tight here, kind of flagging out, and we're kind of holding to this level where earnings kind of played out. This looks like it has the potential to if the market wants to move, maybe it starts to break out a little bit and get a little bit more of a pop. Some might look at this as kind of a inverse head and shoulders. Come back up to this 28 region. That would be a big move. That'd be a huge move. Yeah, it's like 20%. Unity Software. We're back above the 50-day, which is declining. 200 days starting to slope around. I mean, this looks pretty clean. Earnings is out of the way. We're above a rising 5-day. It's starting to turn now. Oh, that'd be nice if we can just pull in just a little bit here, maybe to 21 or something like that, and then play it through 2150. See some strength. I like that. I like that. Target. I don't know what's going on with Target. We have earnings around the corner though. Target kind of looks like Nike. Remember this look right here. Remember that look right there. Kind of looks like Nike. Why are bonds going down? It's a great question. I think it's because of what's going on, probably related to tariffs, related to inflation numbers, and just the market. It's the market digesting all this information. It's what's going on currently. So I don't know. Like it's actually factually happening, right? They're going up. We'll see how high they can go and what the correlations are. But that's the thing. Like if we know the reason, like the exact reason, which is always interpretive as something it's always an opinion basically. But what we know is true is they are going up. Then we can look at their correlations and see what's going on there, and then balance our act of what we believe can happen next, or if it keeps on going, what's positively correlated, what's negatively correlated, and go from there. But right now, it's the reaction, right? What's the market pricing in? The market's discounting something. Always is. So ENVX. Where did I enter on this thing? I took a stab at it somewhere. I have no idea. Did I take it on this breakout? I don't know. I have a little position in ENVX. It's up like nothing. Honestly, I'll probably just get rid of it. Let me see here. I'm gonna sell a little bit of it. I'm up. I might as well just. I don't even remember when I ordered this. There's a tiny position. I think it was just to have on my radar, and then I got over it. So I'll sell half of it, half of my already small position, and then I'll see if it consolidates. And if it keeps going up, cool. I'll probably sell into that too. Let's see here. I liked McDonald's setting up, but McDonald's is just a laggard with all this stuff going on right now. I like how it was really tightening up over here. It's actually still holding up pretty well. But I don't like how it kind of broke down through this pocket over here. So perhaps if the market takes a little bit of a breather, maybe we see a little bit more strength back here. But McDonald's has been holding up really good from a year-to-date perspective. And now consumer staples are getting kind of walloped with the flood back into risk-on assets. You take the trade, perfect entry, close the trade too fast, minimal fast. What do I suggest? Sam, I'll tell you what happens there. The reason why that is, one, you're too focused on having winning trades and you're not comfortable losing. And then two, the number one reason why people close things out too fast and or don't hold on to it is because they're probably too big of positions. So what I would suggest you do is get comfortable holding a position longer, but you don't need to do that with your main account. I would say take the same setup with a smaller account, right? And just get comfortable with the feeling of holding a trade longer. You know what I'm saying? So if I were to say, if I traded right here, you entered in, but it was too big of a position. Maybe you were out right here. And instead of updating your stop or whatever, and you kind of miss a larger run, I would say take your position, maybe cut the size a little bit if that's actually a problem. And then instead of cutting it too short or cutting the entire thing, just get in the habit of the practice, the feeling of actually holding on to it and being okay if it turns back around. Right? Don't be worried about it, keep turning back around, but get in the habit of, hey, if it breaks out, maybe move your stop to break even or take partial profits and then move on to the next. It's just hyper focus on one name. Like you can hear me talking I'm like, oh, I didn't even remember that I had this one on, right? Like to an extent I did, but also once I'm in a trade, it's kind of like there's the trade. I let it do its thing. If it gets a strong move, I'll take some off the table and I'll keep some on. I usually keep some on or I'll update stops. I wouldn't be hyper focused on how far I can go. If it turns around, going from green to red, right? You manage that by doing, there's only a couple of ways to do it, right? You can take partial profits, you can take full profits, you can update your stops, right? Guess there's really kind of three things there. But if you got good entries, I could assure you this: if you research the work of Van Tharp and stuff, entries are probably the least important aspect of everything. It's the exits that matter the most. So focus more on the exits, right? Pay attention to that and get comfortable with holding longer. And you can start with small positions. Start a $10 paper trading account and just do a dollar, a 10% position, which is $1 in a fractional share, and just get comfortable with your entries and then holding it. And then updating your stop and then holding it, where you don't care, but at least you subconsciously get the feeling of what it's like. All right. Hope that helps. Feel a lot of FOMO? Got to switch that FOMO to JOMO, the joy of missing out. Yeah, we can look at Kava. Pull up Kava right now. Yike-a-rooney. Kava took quite the spill here. Hey, it's building back. Kind of looks like the market, though. So if the market comes in, I feel like this might come in, too. We got earnings around the corner, so I don't really initiate new positions right into earnings. It's not my style. So maybe we got to revisit this after earnings. But, yeah. Seen a little bit of a move back. This thing was a powerhouse of a name. And now on the weekly time frame, right, we're kind of coming back a little bit here. So maybe there's some more upside, 110 or so. But I got to see what earnings looks like, how the market wants to digest that. You only need one, no. Better to miss a trade than force a trade. It is. You can put as much money as you want in a paper account. Why not a Trillium? Yeah, you can do whatever you want. I guess try to make it as similar to your regular trading account, I guess. But the kind of the exercise there is actually just understanding the feeling of what it feels like holding something longer, and then trying to like rewire your brain a bit. Like if it comes back down and stop, like you get for a loss, stopped out, whatever the case is. If you can wire your brain to be like okay with that, like if I were to enter Kava right here, boom, and I'm like, yeah, it went up, and now I'm gonna update my stop a little bit. But then I'm like, I gotta hold it for longer. Oh, boom, it stopped me out. Oh, that's because I held it for longer. See, I should have probably just got out right here. Yeah, that's going to happen. But if you can build the right behaviors, there's a chance in the future that when it does go boom, 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 you're gonna be like, see, I knew it. I knew I should have held it longer, right? So you're going to have to deal with both cases, but the problem here is you got to find consistency. So if you're used to getting out early and you want to hold in longer, you're going to have to deal with your money reversing, right? Like that's just what it's going to be. But there will be times where you get to benefit from it too, from the move higher. You just got to kind of rewire your brain and just say, I'm fine if it stops. Like a lot of the times I say, right? Like I took a Tesla trade, right? I said, what do I always say? Like, I don't care if it comes and stops me out. I wait for the contraction. If it comes up and stops me out, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about being wrong here because I know that when it actually works on a various trades, like it makes up for all of that and some, right? So what do I have here? I sold in some, I sold into some, and I have some. Typically when I swing trade, I actually like going a little bit heavier through the breakout, and then if it follows through, I like to sell into it and just hold a position that's smaller, so I catch like a pretty good gain. And now it's like if it comes down to my regular stop, I mean it's a break-even trade, so it's like a win-win. I get to like force a little heavy hand, take it off, and go back to normal sometimes. So yeah. Hey, thanks, Jonathan. I appreciate that. Join the Discord and stuff. Yeah, exactly, Wolf Banner. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Actually, that's so true because, yeah, it's a great point. So Wolf Banner saying, yeah, different market environments allow for safer holds versus cutting earlier in others. And so this goes to my point. So if you're in the Discord, if you just kind of scroll through the trade ideas and look at the dates, you'll see a gap of time from like February 21st to recently where I really was like light-handed on trade ideas, like very light-handed. And that's because we were falling under that gamma flip line down here. When you're under the gamma flip line, conditions change. So my type of swing trading that I do, breakout tradings, contractions, is typically above the flip line. And we're 45, 50 days below it. And then all of a sudden when we cross back above it, what do you notice? The trade ideas start lighting back up. They're like, right? A bunch of different trade ideas. When we're below the flip line, I swing trade. I day trade a lot more, but my swing trading is significantly different. I'm looking for like exaggerated moves to the downside, and I'm like fading for a quick bounce. Like they're called like rubber band trades, right? Where it goes way high, and then I'm looking for a move down, which I don't really short too much. But so yeah, it's like much shorter hold times below a flip line, a little bit longer and looser when we're above it. I know it's a great one because I thought it. Dude, Wolf Banner, I feel like you're Moonraker just under a different alias right now. Dude, I don't know if you're in the Discord or not, but man, you're the... You sound like Moonraker. That's hella funny. Okay. I hate losing too bad. Do better at holding. So the hardest thing for you is you hate losing too bad. Yeah. Better at holding. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, to get better at holding, you got to practice and you got to be consistent, right? So just practice. Like just say, I'm going to enter that. Like, okay, let's do this. Here's a way you can also approach holding longer. Look for a setup and a name that no matter what, you're saying, you look at it and you say, I'm going to hold no matter what, unless if I'm stopped out, right? You put your stop loss. You put your... dude, that would be hilarious if that's actually... Wolf Banner, is it... Wait, are you actually Moonraker or no? Now I gotta find out. Oh my gosh, that's funny. If I just called that out and it was actually you, you're messing with me though. I don't think it is. I don't know. I kind of do. The thought here is you look for a setup and you be like, I'm okay holding this for a minimum of 7 trading days, or go longer, like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So look for a setup and be like, this looks good because of XYZ, the setup, the fundamentals, whatever you do, and be like, no matter what, I'm buying this and I'm holding it for 10 days. Just say 10 days minimum. So the reason why I do that is because when you actually commit to that, you're going to be like, well, I can't go large size because I have to hold through something, right? But then you'll have your stop, and if you're stopped, it is what it is. So if it goes in your direction, do not remove the profits. You'll focus on updating your stop, all right? And don't do this with a paper account at first, right? And just get in the habit and get used to being like setting something up with the idea that you're going to be holding it. Okay? That's the only way that you can really the only way that you can get better at holding things longer is by putting in the practice of doing so, right? It's okay to not hold things longer, but where you catch the trade at is the most important. As we stated a little bit earlier, I like the tight contractions and then I like the fast moves. Like, I'm okay if I sold it here because I literally, the time in the trade was 4 or 5 days, right? 4 or 5 days. So if I can find more moves like this that are tightening up and boom, I can, make, 15% on my investment in 5 days, I don't care about holding it longer, because holding it longer means I'll have to deal with some more consolidations and pullbacks, right? So don't beat yourself up too much, but just understand that if your goal is to hold longer, then you need to practice holding longer. Right? Sometimes you might have to say, I'm no longer going to look at this small time chart. Like, all your trade decisions are going to be based off of the daily or weekly. Right? I'm not going to look intraday because intraday is going to shake me out. I'm going to see something that I don't like. I'm going to get overwhelmed and I'm going to exit or whatever. So you need to actually do something about it. Right? Actually do something about it. Not doing much. We came into that 300 level that I was trying to trade into, and I did, and then I missed. Oh no, it was right here. And then it faded quickly, and then I was like, whatever, I'll take my profits, and then it went up there, of course, and then it faded. It's great. Still holding 5,900. Market net flow bullish, but we did lose convergence. When you lose convergence, that means you can have counter trend moves or consolidations. That's what we're getting here. 588 on SPY is the upper gamma range. Still very bullish market net flow. The reason why it went gray is because SPY is not moving with this divergence. So it's basically just stating that, hey, it's lunch hour, right? Like, things have slowed down a little bit. We hit that 5,900. As far as the zero date goes, 5,900 seems to be that kind of main level for the day. So maybe coming back up there, maybe still rejecting from it, but that looks like it's priced in. If we go a little bit higher, I guess you can look for 25 points higher than that, so 59.25. But so far the trade's kind of been made here for the day. We're above the last year's closing price, people. We're positive on the year to date. That's crazy. Remember how loud it was just at the beginning of this quarter? I got so many comments of like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden now we're flat year to date. That's crazy. I mean, not by much, but we're positive year to date. That's crazy. A Grab. Oh yeah, Grab. That was back on my watch list. Yeah, this I'm interested in this one. I'd say yeah. This is a good looking name. I'm not really too much of a fan of this kind of like drift higher type of price action like this. I would like to see maybe like more of a sideways type of action or pull back. Like, for example, like, see how it kind of just drags higher like this? I would prefer to kind of go like that. But overall, I mean, we're positive year to date. It's been holding up rather well. dealt through some volatility, came back in. Maybe perhaps if we can get a little bit of a breakdown or like that, and then the 50-day starts to turn back up, right? It's starting to flatten out and turn back up here. So maybe if we can get like a little scared like flush day and then start turning back through, that to me would look killer. I'd be much more interested then. But overall, I mean, this looks pretty good. Let's look at the weekly time frame. The weekly time frame looks great. Look at this. I mean, if you're looking at like market structure, right, this could be an accumulation phase. Then you go into a markup phase, right? The 40-week, 30-week, 10-week all sloping up. Right? This could be an early portion of the markup phase. Right? You go decline, stage 4, right? Then to stage 1, then you go into stage 2 as markup, right? Who knows how far this can go? And then eventually distribution and decline. It's a good looking name. Good looking chart. As far as this exact moment right here at $5, I don't know. Like if you're trying to build into a name, longer term hold, and if you actually are playing from the weekly chart, I probably wouldn't care much about like being as critical as I am right now. I'd probably just be like, yeah, I'll take a little bit, and if it pulls back and finds some strength, I'll probably add to it. Right? But feel like it can get hit with the market getting hit. So I just, yeah. Oklo was looking real good. Oklo has earnings, so I didn't take the position in Oklo, but man, I will say that just like this right here. So nice little breakout, and I'm gonna draw this kind of up like this. Notice here how, just take a look, man. This was looking really good, and I was hesitant to throw this in trade ideas because I just don't like it with earnings. Oh, it's earnings today. But do you notice how that this little high right here had some decent volume before it, right? That was earnings, okay? Well, down here, we saw some nice volume bar, bam, bam. So we're seeing like pockets of like stronger volume, bam, 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 right? Higher than the prior day, boom, boom. So we had these like pocket bars of pretty strong volume. And that to me is just a clear tail sign that we have some sort of accumulation taking place in a name like this. So when it tightened up like this, I was like, oh my gosh. It was probably on my tight list this week. I think it was, or in my watch list for sure. Bam, there's our move of 11%. But, you know, we have earnings, and I don't know what that's going to bring. So, I mean, I can give you an idea, like probably a $4.50 move as far as one standard deviation goes. But, you know, I don't know if the market's going to like what it sees or if it's not going to like what it sees. But if that was out of the way already and the chart looked like this, I would have been in. I would have been in, rocking and rolling. NNE, right, is another type of name that looked like that. Tight contraction, boom, we saw a little pop from that. Rivian, yeah, Rivian I put into the trade ideas. I was looking for a little bit more of a consolidation around here, but let me show you Rivian from a weekly perspective on my markup that I did for the trade ideas. Okay, so I don't know what that was. What's going on here? What's going on? So this is the weekly chart of Rivian. And I was making the call out that, did I do log chart or no? I can't remember what I did. Was it a log chart? No, that's too hard to see. No, it was a log chart. It was actually a log. Okay. So the weekly chart over here, I was noticing that, you know, we found a little bit of a bounce there. It acted as resistance, 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 resistance. This was the year-to-date volume weighted average price. We got above that, which is a positive from a psychological standpoint, and we kind of contracted here. But we're in this kind of larger compression pattern where you're seeing lower highs, but then some higher lows building in the near term for Rivian. And, you know, I'd like to see it kind of come in a little bit here and consolidate. But if we're going to be breaking this, this down channel and we're above a year-to-date VWAP and the market, you know, gets its squeeze on, I think it's very possible that we go and retest the high, all-time high to IPO VWAP. And you can see that we haven't actually really tagged this at all. And that would be basically up to here at around 21. So the thoughts was simple. I'd like to see it hold the year-to-date VWAP, and I'd be bullish above that, and I would be not interested below it. So I would prefer a better price entry, but if you're looking at this from the weekly time frame and you're just taking a little bit of a stop, a little bit here and your stop's down here, and you're like, hey, I'll target up here. I mean, it makes sense from a risk to reward standpoint. I don't know if it's going to make it, but from a risk to reward standpoint and from a setup, right, as we're compressing in a larger time frame. Now, we've rejected this trend line many times. But the more times that something's tested, the more likely it'll eventually break. So if it breaks, where do we go to? That's why I'm just thinking maybe a retest or maybe a test of the all-time high VWAP and then see what happens then. I don't know. And that's the thing. You can say, nah, it's not going to happen because Rivian sucks. It's bankrupt. It's whatever. You can say whatever you want, but it's like, okay, but if it does, I mean, you could both be right? It can pop up here and still, whatever, go to crap and no longer a thing, and then goes zeros off, delist it, whatever. But does it make sense from a risk to reward standpoint is what actually matters. Is price action contracting? Is there a possibility here that we get a pop? I think that's always going to be the case. Just like it's valid to think that this is going to break down. Right? Somebody might say, I'm going to short here and think we're going to break down. Well, where would your risk to reward be? It would have to be very close, probably, because if you start breaking out of this, you'd probably be starting to bite your fingernails from a short perspective. And then, where would you take profit? Like, right, year to date VWAP or a full breakdown? I don't know. All right. So I feel like it just looks like a better setup from a long perspective to see if we can pop up. And the price action's been going sideways for a long time. Remember, like 4 stages, right? Decline, right? That's stage 4. Stage 1 was accumulation. Perhaps we go into a markup phase or a markup pop. I don't know. I love Grab. Let me check over here on Twitch. Let me see. Got some of this equity. This rally. Yeah. We did check Kava. Yeah, Guru. We did check Kava. Pretty sure Rivian. PayPal. What's the benefit of ES as opposed to NQ? I think ES is less volatile, more liquid, less volatile. If you're trading ES, right? NQ, you move a little bit quicker, right? For sure, you move quicker. But ES is the more liquid product, the bigger product. You get tighter spreads. I guess that's my thought there as far as trading goes. I like NQ because it's kind of moves quickly, but sometimes it's too quick and you might be better off just trading something like ES. You're not like having heart palpitations, watching NQ fly through your DOM, like going crazy, right? You can at least be more controlled. Cool. Calmer music. Scooby doop dap doop dang. Seeing a nice little pop over here in NQ to new highs on the session again. SPY still has not reached its daily implied move. Although I think SPX did. Darn near close. But we're basically right there. Still something that I not really would be interested in fading. Market net flow is still bullish. What's the point here? I feel like it's a lot easier to just look for pullbacks and buy strong names. Snap. Yeah, what's up with Snap? I haven't seen that one for a while. Even pins. It's not my favorite looking chart. Doesn't mean it can't break higher. Pretty big reversal candle over here. A lot of sideways chop there. What was pins up to? Yeah, same situation. Jeez, that thing's all over the place. What about real? What did that do on earnings? Oh, nice pop and drop. Nice. And Nvidia's up 6% on the trading sesh. Google up 1%. It's Amazon up 2.5%. This thing was killer. What a trade here. Nice little tight consolidation. And then we pop through this area like crazy. I still have a little bit there. And then Meta is just hammering to the upside. Tesla's up about 1% today. Kind of a chill day here. Give me a second. Okay. You need a bull brain transplant because all you see is crash potential. Yeah, we can look at coin. Yeah, coin was great. Coin's up 22% today. This thing is a monster. Beautiful consolidation. Got some news. Kaboom. Big breakout. Big, beautiful breakout. So now, you put this on your radar, right? So if you miss the move, it is what it is. You'll probably get follow through, especially when we close at highs a day. You'll probably get follow through. But then you look for the consolidations and new setups, whatever that might look like, right? Look at this, kind of breaking this downtrend. So maybe perhaps we come up higher and then we do something like this and eventually break even more. Possibilities. What goes up must come down. Yeah, and there'll be times where this market comes down. I'm not interested really in taking shots from a short perspective because I'd rather just be heavier cash and then wait for the opportunities. And as this market's been cranking higher, I've been just once again selling into a little, here by here, just as it keeps going. Because once I start getting stopped out of my positions at this point, it means that the market's consolidating or pulling back. Right? NQ pressing to highs still for the day. Are you still trying to short this, everybody? Is that what's going on right now? Stop it. Yeah, Google has. I'm not really too. I liked Google when we had that big down day, right? This big down day, I traded it, right, for a shorter term trade. But Google is not showing the relative strengths that some of these other names are, so I'm not nearly as interested as much in Google at right now as I am in other names. But when you have a day like this, it was literally an outsized move. It was like down 9% on the day. I'm going to take advantage of that on a big name, right? So what did it look like? I forget what it looked like. Yeah, it was basically into this 150 area, which, by the way, on the daily and the weekly chart used to be areas of confluence of support and resistance. So not only that, but then you have this big rubber band stretchy move. So yeah, this is something I came right into. I was like, yeah, I don't even remember when I posted it, but I was like, yeah, I'm going to take advantage of this. I'll fade it. And a fade means that you're going to trade in the opposite direction, meaning you're going to trade to the upside. But I was very clear that a fade trade, I'm out quicker. It's smaller positions and I'm out quicker. So I was pretty much out. Well, apparently I still have some on, but I thought that I was stopped out right here. But I did sell some. maybe I just didn't stop out the entire position. Maybe I forgot to do the entire, maybe that's what happened, because it's a small position that I have left. So I think that maybe what it was. I set a stop, but I didn't do the entire amount. That's why I'm tripping out here. That's exactly what happened. So I took some profits and I said I was going to update my stop to here because it was a shorter term trade. And I guess my stop did I do that? Did trigger. Yeah, it did trigger, but it was not the full position. It was 50% of the position. So took some profits, then the remaining half got stopped out right here, and now I have a little bit left. And I'll probably just sell into this too. I mean, I'll look for better setups, right? It's right. The 5-day moving average is declining. We saw a big move, right? I'll just probably update my stop, sell a little bit more, right? So I'll sell a little bit more, and then I'll probably put another 50% stop right here and just dwindle this thing down until it goes through consolidation. I can add back into it. Actually, I'm just going to do that now. I'm just going to do it right now because I'll forget. So I'm going to sell half of the remainder. Bam, done. Just market hitting it. And by the way, you should also know that I'm actually trading a leverage product of Google, so I don't really like holding this stuff for all too long anyway. So there, and then I'll update my stop to this low. It was basically this low here, but I'll do it on my product that I'm trading. Give me a second. Just updating this stuff. Hold. Just gonna close that out. I'm just closing out my McDonald's. I had a McDonald's position. I'm just closing it out because in theory it's kind of at that level that I don't want. I wasn't interested. So if it shapes back up, I'll just re-enter. All right. One more second. Responding. I gotta send something to my buddy. Give me a second here. Oh wait, I can do it from my phone. All right, NQ still just holding up pretty nicely here. Give me a second. Okay. Thoughts on AMD? Thoughts on BA? after a bad trip to the bathroom. That's pretty good. Oh my gosh. That's funny. That's funny. TLDR on QS. I did pull up QS. I'll pull that one back up because I can't remember. All right, so let's go back up to the daily charts, and I'll pull up that in a moment. Amgen. Okay, well, let's do Amgen, and then I'll do, because that came first. Yeah, just a lot of sideways movement here. I'm not really I'm looking for stocks that have been holding up now, that have been moving with the market. I'm not trying to play anything that's showing weaker relative strength. I'm trying to be focused in. Now, I think that this is at a level that, you know, we can probably see some sort of bounces, but I'm just kind of eyeing my sights in on names that have been holding up during this volatility and then been showing strength earlier than the S&P 500 for more swing trading type stuff. So anything that kind of like goes flat and choppy or range bound, right? If I'm trading that, it's going to be a shorter time frame trade, right? Because there are some names like higher short interest names that I was looking at that can potentially pop. But it would be a much shorter term hold for me. CRS. Yeah, this looks great. CRS looks great. Look at this, nice tight consolidation, and we recently broke out. Earnings are out of the way. Hit a new high today. So yeah, Carpenter Technology, like, right? I would like to see this thing kind of go sideways for a week and then reset up, but we just recently broke out. So yeah, this looks good. Great. These are the names that are on my radar. For now, I look for contractions. Great looking name. AMD. Yeah, I don't know about AMD. Nice break from these lows over here. Earnings is out of the way, but once again, like we've seen these pops and we've seen these drops, and eventually we will start to flatten out and it'll get better. Perhaps maybe that is this. Maybe we go like this, and then all of a sudden now everybody and their mom is basically talking about the inverse head and shoulders building in AMD, right? But I don't want to chase it up into these areas, even though that we can probably press higher to like 120, 130. But I would say it'd be more interested in the consolidations and what it does after a pullback, because this is the higher low, but we haven't seen a pullback of any sort of test here recently. So maybe if the 50-day starts sloping like this and we pull back to the 50-day, maybe look for the full first pullback to the 50-day moving average, what that might look like, right? Maybe apply the 20-day just to give an idea of context. So like even the 20-day is not above it. So perhaps maybe this starts like doing this and we come back into it. Maybe that would be the initial kind of interest area and buy strength through it. And then be like, okay, now I'm going to give it a test because we got that higher low. We got a short-term and medium-term trend that are changing. Yeah, we're finding a downtrend, but perhaps this could be the start of something built in a little bit better. But overall, I mean, look at this thing. For years, since 2020, this thing is just no trend. They call this the advanced money destroyer, apparently. Unless if you're short, I guess it's making you great money. Made great money, at least. UNH, yeah, I mean, yeah, that looks pretty bad. But if you're buying this dip for a bounce, just like start small, right? Like I'll buy the dip, right? I'm going to buy some right now. I'll do it, but it's going to be like so small. Like it ain't going to move my portfolio, right? You'll get a bounce eventually. Where that bounce takes place, I don't know. Maybe we come down to 300, undercut it, and then we see a little bit of a bounce. But if you do a really small position there, maybe a little bit more, yeah, you're going to get a bounce. And then what I'd be doing is selling into that strength or whatever, if you want to call it strength. But yeah, this is a monster-ish, like 50% haircut in the matter of a month, basically, right? Crazy. Bought the dip and you got out. Yeah, like I was considering it over here. I was like, man, but then I started seeing everyone talk about it. I'm like, ooh, you know, I'm just gonna hold off and just focus on what I like trading because the market conditions suggest to be doing that. And man, good thing I did, because today was what, 16% decline, and yeah. Hey, Mental, thanks. Yeah, thanks for the super chat right there. Appreciate that. Got the super chat talking about PCT. I do have a position in PCT. Earnings is out of the way. I did trade PCT. I forget exactly where. I got to give you my entry. I'll give you my entry. Give me FNGA. I'll pull up FNGA because I almost initiated a position in that one too, and I did not. I hesitated. I'll pull that up. Let me get my PCT position up. Where is that at? 560. Whoa. I don't know how that happened. I'm not even joking here. Let me highlight this. That's funny. I don't know. I don't know what happened here. I don't know how I did. I got. Let me revisit the smaller charts. Just so you know, this is the screenshot of that 560, 560 a share on PCT. You know, I think what happened here. I think what happened here is I took a starter position on the low of breaking through this down channel. I think that's what happened. So because I've had it for a minute now, and then I just kind of unfocused it because it's not like a big position. And then I think that I tried to add on this day over here as it tightened up, and averaged my cost for. Oh no, that was a different account. So never mind. This is no, yeah. That was, so I have a separate position in another account. Where was that at? Okay, yeah, that's exactly what it was. So 685 in my other account. So I started a new position here. So I have two positions. I started a speculative entry here in my United States Investing Championship account, and then I traded over here on, I think, this day's breakout over here. And that's where my positions lie for two separate accounts. And we're still overall in a down channel. I like this consolidation better, right? As the 20-day started sloping back around like this. Earnings, right? This was just to see if we can get some more follow through on earnings, and we did. And now I'd be looking at this channel right here for potential resistance again. And that would be kind of in confluence with the 200-day. So now, if anything happens, like if we pop up or drop, I'm looking for more consolidations to actually add into the initial position, if that makes sense. So this was one of those things that I've been talking about. I think I talked about it over here. I was like, I'm interested in this for like a longer term hold, longer term trade. And I have that now over here. But my initial shorter term, stab at it was down here. And I've been waiting basically since the news that Stanley Druckenmiller started executing into it. And, we went down, we went up a little bit, we went down more, and we kind of, played around here, and then we finally broke back above. So the hope here is that we can eventually break back through the 200-day and through this channel, and we get some more of a move here in something like this. Now, when I say that my positions are where they're at, and I'm up quite a bit, but the positions are, I have a half percent position. That's how small this stop was. That was okay. It was a little bit larger than that, but I sold into it. A 0.5% position from here in my account, so like nothing, right? And then from this area, I have a 1.5% position. Okay, so those are my two spots where I'm at. And now, if we can consolidate and break this, I'll be upping that maybe to 2.5%, 3% or something like that. I'm going to check back in the markets here really quick. NQ just holding highs a day. This thing is just absolute beast mode. Look at this thing. Probably going to try to pop higher here. Probably without like, probably going to pop higher, but probably going to fake some people out. And this is where you get like, everyone's like, I'm going to play the breakout. And it's like, ooh, and then it comes in. Maybe 350. Good level to watch. Maybe 350 up here. As price of SPX coming back to and around that 5,900. SPY not quite at its daily implied move, but also not too far away. Market net flow still bullish, and we're up at that 588 upper gamma range there. 587 is kind of a supportive floor right now on SPY. That's the current look at the markets. FNGA. Was it FNGA that I was looking at to trade? No, I don't think, no, I think it was FNGS. Yeah, my bad. I was looking at FNGS, not FNGA over here. And then I was looking to add, and I ended up not doing it because I had some other positions in some of the kind of various names. Yeah, but FNGS, nice consolidation as it's breaking higher. FNGU, wait, what is it? FNGA? I don't know what this is. Microsectors FANG. I don't know what it's doing right now. Like, what is this? Like, why is it like just straight pause like this? Is there something going on with this? I don't know what's up. Did they change it? Like, I don't know what's up with this one. So, I mean, I guess if you're bullish this, you'd be bullish MAGs, right? So let's just look at MAGs. And MAGs are making a comeback, right? Boom, we saw the Qs doing this. So you can kind of watch Qs. Let me actually, this is the right, actually. We're kind of coming to this upper channel line. So yeah, I'd be looking for consolidations and some follow through. But yeah, the one that I was looking at was FNG. What the hell did I say it was? FNGS? Yeah. And I did not take a position. Datadog. A little bit all over the place here too. Right, a lot of these names, man, we're just seeing these parabolic moves. So it's like the pain trade, right? So now the pain trade's turning into the FOMO trade. Now I'm looking for consolidations. Like this is all stuff that I'd be keeping on the radar, looking for consolidations. NQ, look at it kind of did that thing where you get the breakout and then it comes back in. It's so annoying. It's like so obvious now. It's like now you start to think like, okay, the obvious moves get faded. Yeah. Dow will break through 5,900 without some pullback? Yeah, possible. I mean, what kind of pullback are we talking here? 5,900 is definitely a key level. 6,000 was the call wall. We haven't seen like any pullback today. Like I wouldn't consider any of this a pullback. Like this is just kind of a consolidation. Like the steepest pullback was what, from here to here? Or from here to maybe here, right? Like I think that's like nothing. This market is squeeze city, man. We're just buying it. It's just being bought. So any very strong pullback should probably be considered an opportunity to fade it to the long side. So I personally, if I was, I mean, I still haven't got what I want because this is not the environment for me to trade my style. I need a big steep reading and I haven't got it. Maybe if you looked at the RSI at 952, where was that at? I don't even know. No, not even. That was nothing. So maybe we can get something. This is going to pull back. Man, these things are just, everything's been being bought. Oh, it changed from FNGU to FNGA. Okay, so there. All right, there we go. Cool. That makes sense now because I was wondering like why I wasn't moving. We haven't even seen a day where, or a period where we've seen actually this many red candles in a row, from a 30-second time period, mind you. Honestly, I honestly felt like pulling the trigger right there on just catching a little bit. I really haven't traded at all today, unfortunately. A little bit earlier on, but three of the main accounts, I haven't placed a single trade. It's more just been managing my swing trades. Yeah, market net flow, still bullish, and we're trying to floating around that 588. 589 has a little bit level of overhead resistance, which means we can potentially pull it down to that. Oh, we're already there, 587, 88. So we're basically at that 588 level, and then 589 can act as a potential level of resistance here. And it looks like it's kind of, from a 15-minute perspective, the SPY putting a little bit of a reversal candle. I'm not putting much weight on anything right now, but we did crack that low, and we're seeing a little bit of a flush deeper. Deeper, quote unquote. But this is pretty controlled so far. Like a very controlled pullback. If you want to even consider that a pullback. BA, Boeing. Yeah, Boeing looks really strong. Finally picking up some traction. This could actually be really good for Boeing. I'd be watching the consolidations. It's at its high for the year. Above a rising 20, rising 50, and the 200 is starting to actually turn here. So if I go to the weekly chart, it's been a while since these started pointing up. So yeah, I'd keep this on the radar for pullbacks, consolidations. I think I initially started talking about Boeing here. Because in Q4, or like the fourth quarter, yeah, I think it was, I can't remember. I did a video of it somewhere in here, I think. Preparing for a move in Q4 like this. With last year. So yeah, a very strong move from these lows of 130. This is a monster. So I'd be looking for consolidations in Boeing. Keeping that high on the radar there. Tempted a couple of times to go short DD. Yeah, I feel you there. I mean, the move, it didn't really allow for any entries. Like, right? You'd have to be in the early morning and just been okay for going long right here. Boom. And then maybe catching some of it. But it's been a one-way ticket. You had no pullbacks to daily VWAP. Which those type of days, they're not that. I mean, these are the type of days that I prefer being in swing trades anyway. Because I can just hold them on, sell them when they get to key levels and so forth. And then it makes it much harder. Like the thing is with day trading, a trend day, it's like you get your position on, you got to just hold it on. But typically for me, the day trades that I like are where you get two-way price you get two-way price action, right? Trend days are cool, but I prefer those for swing trading. They work great for day trading if you can hold within the little pockets, but I prefer two-sided trade. And volatile swings both directions. That to me, I like. But these like very shallow pullbacks and it just extended, very shallow and keeps going. That's very, it's surprisingly, it looks easy in hindsight, but they're actually pretty hard to trade. It's pretty difficult. So it's small position and you got to hold and hope that we trend, basically is what it is. And everything today kind of gave us that idea that we can see trends. Closing at the high yesterday, positive market net flow. Now you're dealing with like kind of wavy price action over here on SPY, but the initial pop was quite good. It was a ramp, and now kind of just camping around here. I don't, Jake. I didn't really understand the question. No, you don't need to be in the Discord. I'm just looking at the chat here on YouTube. But I didn't understand your question on SPY. Please retest 550. Nvidia fill the gap at 109. Are you asking me? Not too sure. 109? That's down here. That's far. I'm not going to short to try to think I'm going to come down here. I'm looking for pullbacks and buying strength at this point on anything. But I'm not going to execute and hope and pray that we come down to these levels after a move like this. If it happens, cool. I'll look for strength after and some consolidations, but I'm not going to initiate any like short positions and think that we're going to fill a gap down there. I mean, what about this gap down here at 98? We still have earnings too around the corner. And then SPY 550 retest. These are some fairly deep pullbacks. That's feels like it could be potentially a little bit more appropriate, but still it's down here. All right. That would be a higher low, but I'm not initiating positions to think that I'm going to get a move down there. I'd much rather just wait for the pullback and look for strength thereafter. Haven't had much news today drop, unless if my squawk feed is oh, it's not on.
Player refreshed.
There we go. My bad. US strike 20 got yeah, now it's on. Must have clicked it off.
Player refreshed.
Player refresh. Player refresh. Sounded like something from like Squid Games. Players, are you ready? I don't know. Maybe it didn't. It's a good support level for Nvidia. I mean, it's all potentials, right? I don't know what's going to be good support, like a support level to map out.
Fitch have just released an article saying that while US-China tariff de-escalation is a good sign, it does not signal trade normalization.
Yeah, so maybe like if price were to, for whatever reason, come back down into this 125-ish area, back to, here, and then you see strength. Like I'm not going to necessarily just buy, like say if this comes straight down here, I'm not really interested in just buying it there. I'd prefer to see it move from that level and prove to me that it's support versus me kind of just guess that it is. You know what I'm saying? Other than that,
say that while the US-China agreement does not mean the trade war is over, US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that the agreement continued a process of economic decoupling for strategic necessities, whereby the US would lessen its dependence on Chinese imports, but that generalized decoupling was not US policy.
Bessent saying some stuff. But yeah,
Fitch
so
will assess these factors when it updates its global macroeconomic forecasts in its upcoming June 2025 Global Economic Outlook. US trade policy has been highly volatile in recent months, but if the latest de-escalation holds, there will be upside potential relative to our global growth forecasts published in their April 2025 update.
But other than that, as far as like Nvidia support, yeah, I'd be waiting to see it prove itself. So I'll look at like the rising 5-day moving average is still above that. All right. And then what it looks like after we see strength from a pullback. So I'm looking for consolidations. I'm looking for pullbacks and then strength thereafter. But I'm not like keying in on buying the exact level. I just, the entry piece to me right now, it's not nearly as important than looking for just the proper setup, right? And right now it's like I'm not buying Nvidia right here. I'm letting it do its thing, and then I'll come back when it's going to consolidate. I can guarantee you, it's going to go through a period of consolidation. Whatever time frame you're on, it's going to do that. Right? So, and I don't know what that consolidation is going to look like. I just know that it's going to happen. And it happens after a period of expansion. Expansion, pullback can be contraction. Sideways, that could be contraction there too. Boom, 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 boom. Right? So we expanded here. Now what are we doing? We're pulling back. Looking for any type of setup just to maybe get some sort of a trade in today, but I just ain't feeling it. I'm not really looking at a key level to be buying yet. If anything, I'm looking at the weekly expected moves. Not like if I'm not like I don't just pull the SPY up and say, hey, yeah, I'm interested in 550 here. Right? I'm like 550 is way down here. Like I'll let you know if 550 is a good level when price comes down there. But right now for me, I'm looking at expected moves. Right? So if I go into daily EMs, let me go to SPY. Right? I'm not interested in buying outside of a weekly expected move or a monthly expected move. That's not my interest. Even though that I know darn well it can come up here to quarter to date. Right? If I'm interested in going long, I'm looking for these kind of levels where you're like, okay, the weekly implied move, we came down here. What day was it? What was I talking about as we hit this day here? Right? We get a pullback after this big move. I was looking for the higher low. Started saying what? Started saying that the pain trade is not lower. I think it's higher. Then from there, we cranked up higher. We continued to crank up higher. Then this week, if you remember, I was looking for a pullback right into here, and we didn't quite get there. Okay, but that was the level that I was keying in on. So as we started to see a little bit of strength through this, I was like, all right, well, I'll just buy a little bit. You know, I didn't get my entry, but I'll get a little bit of SPY. Right? And then what am I doing here as price came up? Well, in last night's brief, I said, what? If we come up into this area, I'm looking to sell into that. Right? I'm not trying to issue new positions here when we're probably going to start stalling out very soon. Right? Whether soon is up here or soon is right here, I don't know when that's going to happen, but we're probably going to stall out. Right? This is a very strong move with a very, very small period of consolidation. So now I'm just interested in what the consolidation looks like. Not necessarily the level, right? So 550 is down here. That would be interesting, you know, and that would still be within weekly expectations if it came all the way down here. But if for whatever reason we came from where we are now, which I don't think is going to happen, but all the way down here this week, that's kind of within expectation. So yeah, I'd be a buyer down there. I'd buyer once we see strength. But I'm not banking on that. I'm not like putting on a short position. I'd rather just sell into this and then look for some sort of a pullback of some sort. The short on gold means you're bullish the dollar. I did cover DDOG. Yes, sir. And I did take a shot on, what was that, GGL or something like that? GLL or something like that? Yeah, GLL. I did use GLL to take a short in gold, but it was like a couple of days. So GLL is a Pro Shares Ultra Short Gold ETF. The dollar fell hard and fast. So as it bounces, That's kind of my thought process there was, yeah, maybe take a stab short gold. I think we talked about it this day right here, saying that it could probably get to 3,500 and then look for the pullback and so forth. So I'm not really interested in maybe shorting here. And remember,
Fed accepts 144.2 billion of bids submitted to the reverse repo facility. That comes from 32 counterparties.
32 counterparties. Tops take a while too, right? So yeah, this is still in a very strong uptrend. So sometimes even if this is like the top-ish area up in here, you can still kind of do something like this and like really like clobber shorts. Bottoms are a lot easier to find than tops. So small positions, if you think that, it's a good time to short gold. I would still think that we can pop and maybe shake people out. And then, yeah, eventually maybe this stuff starts to turn back around. IWM. Yeah, I just hone in on like individual names within small caps that might have better setups, because the ones that have been showing relative strength versus the IWM probably could be better trades and you can get some more beta on. But IWM by itself, we're seeing a good comeback here too, just like the rest of the markets, but not really any sort of higher low other than this. Right, so we haven't really seen a maybe this, but I wouldn't even consider that one because we really haven't been tested. Okay, looks like we are approaching that 5,900 again. Crazy, we were up 3% yesterday. Markets are up, good today, but it's also just a percentage, just 1%. Still no extended tick reading here. Still actually haven't hit. Well, we missed it by 1 penny, the 5,900. What is this, a pump for ants? That's funny. My fear here is that there's a lot of traders that missed the majority of this move and then have been trying to catch something and are getting just chopped up here. Like you miss this great move and you're like, yeah, I try to get in and you're like, it's taking too long, and then it goes and you like miss it, and then you try to get in again and it like breaks down. Hopefully that's not the case. Wish you. I will say I'm antsy. I would love to issue some sort of a trade app, but man, there's just nothing for me today. Go through my tight list. $590 on SPY. Dang, that's way up here. So we're starting to see a little bit of overhead exposure there. That'd be crazy if SPY came up to 590. That'd be a nice move. choppy and sloppy here. And bounce. Fly. Fly to the moon. Oh, I forgot I should be in my rocket ship today. Oh, okay. I'm gonna scan through my iPad stocks really quick, just see what I've got messages here. Give me a second. Gosh. Let's see if I can pull up any interesting names here. The names that I got on the watch list. Celsius. Interesting. Upstart. We talked about that one a little bit earlier. Rocket Lab. Kind of interesting. Let's look at some of those. So Celsius. Earnings are out of the way. Seen some follow through. Kind of consolidating here. This one kind of correlates with the market for the most part, like in a lot of cases on specific days, but it's been holding up really good year to date. We're back above a rising 50, 220 is flat, 200 still declining, but perhaps through this, we might be able to see some nice movement here. I think Celsius is kind of like Monster, you know, kind of the caffeine that, yeah, Monster hit just recently a new high. So this kind of caffeine trade is getting high, if you know what I'm saying. Ha 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 ha, dude, that's so funny. I'm so funny. Okay, so yeah, maybe Celsius might be setting her up. Rocket Lab was kind of interesting. Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab. Do 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 do. I mean, this one's down from a year-to-date perspective, but it's still holding that rising 200-day. The 50-day is starting to slope around, and it's kind of pulling back into a rising 20. This actually might be one to watch, too. Like, this could be a potentially kind of like early type of entry setting up here to come back up into around, you know, these areas up here. All right. All right. That's on my radar. That's on my watch list. Rocket Lab. Do-do-do. Sorry. Floating at that 5,900, basically. JMO, I do. Yeah. Give me a second. I'll find it for you. Bada 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 bing. Affirm. Yeah, I just looked at that one. It's funny you just said that. It's right, like literally right in front of my face as you said that. Give me a second though. I'm gonna get this money, market bottom. Yeah, this video had like only 9,000 views, and it was about finding stock market bottoms. Where are you, JMO? I'm posting it in chat right now. Or apparently not. It's not letting me paste. All right, let me post it now. There we go. There you go, JMO. That goes more through the follow-through day stuff. This is a short video-ish, kind of. La da 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 dee da dee da. If you haven't done so already, make sure to hit the like button on this video. We've got 108 likes so far. It's nothing, people. With 300 people watching.
Cisco Systems announces new strategic AI initiatives in the Middle East. They join UMain Alliance to build Saudi Arabia's AI infrastructure.
That was an early...
Cisco to collaborate with AIP to drive global AI infrastructure investment in the United States and globally.
Cisco Systems? How early did we get this news?
So Cisco joined Amazon Web Services and AMD in collaborative agreements with Saudi Arabia's UMain.
Not doing anything. NQ kind of is just coiling up here too. Getting pretty tight. NQ tightening up. Probably going to see a break in some sort of direction here. And it looks like we're moving to that 5,900. Where did we hit it? No. Still not. Still no 5,900 hit. 1 penny away, people. 1 penny away. Can we get it? Can we make it to the 5,900? Let me zoom in here. There we go. A little bit easier. It's a big green candle. One of the biggest green candles. I've been told by people that it's one of the biggest green candles, but I don't know. I'm not good at impressions. Let's go XYZ. Yeah, we'll pull up XYZ too. But most importantly, we'll double ad revenue. New behind the scenes commentary. Hey, you never know. Maybe. Is Tesla squeezing right now? What are we talking about? Oh, nice. Heck yeah. Thanks for calling that out. Probably sell a little bit more into it. Nice. It finally moved. It's kind of coming into its upper vol range here. Maybe 332 up here. But yeah, we're kind of moving to that upper vol range. Nice. I said by myself, wow, that's a big green candle. See, that's pretty good. That's something that I said, wow, that's a big green candle. That's funny. That's good. Yeah, we can look at INTU as well. This is a lot of sideways movement here, but that's a long base. It's a long base. Some might say, I'm over that now. The weekly chart. If you look at the weekly chart, that's a large base. So, if we can actually kind of doodle sideways, have these averages catch up a bit, this could actually be one that might be on the radar for a longer term hold here. Some might even be like, this is a one big cup with handle. Maybe. Into it, huh? Who would have thought? I guess you, because you brought it up. Coin did have a wild squeeze, yeah, with that news that broke. NQ is still getting pretty tight here. I'd be looking for a pop of either direction. I mean, this is 30 seconds, but we haven't really seen too much consolidations today, other than like here and here.
U.S. Treasury is imposing sanctions to target global network shipping Iranian oil, funding Iran's military and terrorist activities. They're sanctioning nearly 24 firms operating in multiple jurisdictions.
Crude oil, man. That's a big move in crude oil. Yikes.
Cisco is to work with BlackRock, Global Infrastructure Partners, MGX, and Microsoft, Nvidia, and XAI to accelerate innovation and scaling of AI data centers.
All right, there's our 5,900 people.
In Saudi Arabia.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. We see 5,900 again. To the moon Now I'm going to get in my rocket ship. Unfortunately, it's after the market's already moved a lot. You know what that means. Woohoo! Fly me to the moon, baby. That was a nice contraction. We're seeing that pop there in Q. I knew it was coming, people. I knew there was going to be a move there. Some volume behind it too. Let's take a look at SPY. Came up to its daily implied move. Let's take a look at tick chart, see if we're getting any extended readings for any sort of cool fade or profit taking potential. RSI getting up there, and we're moving into an area where we saw resistance, but still not like my style of frothiness. You'll hear the alert go off if we actually get it. There we go, 5 points through. If we keep on moving, start paying attention to 59.25. That's up there. That's up here. There's that nice move there. Anybody catch the NQ trade? That's pretty cool consolidation. Bam, new high. Still strong volume. Tick chart's getting to one of its highest prints for the trading session today, but still not like 1,000 plus sort of move. So yeah, be careful here. If you are trying to fade it, just be aware that we did have a consolidation and it just kind of burst out of that. Fly me to the moon. So no, it's time to play my. My song. Go over GME. I can pull up GME. Have you heard of Wicked Stock? Carry Arctic. No, I haven't. I'd have to. Is it like a site or something like that, or just is it a person? Just kind of that's their alias. I hate this bulltard market. I get it. Where's my songs? Hey, Merca, what the hell is this? Where's my song? It looks like my AI thing that I was making my song from, it's not longer Sunna, it's like some weird name. And all my stuff is gone. What the hell? What the hell? Lame. Lame. From the Chicago Board of Exchange. That's cool. Chicago. Damn, all my stuff is gone. I don't have my Sweet Moon song anymore, but I think I shared it before somewhere. I don't remember where. Yeah. Remember my freaking rocket ship moon song? I don't think I saved it. Somebody screenshotted this. That's funny. I see in the day trading pit. It's too funny. This was a pain trade. Yeah, this was definitely a pain trade. That's 100%. But now everyone's calling it the pain trade higher. But now it's the FOMO trade. Now this is the FOMO trade. Damn, I should have, man, this is why, like, so that setup right there was the one I would have traded. That's where I would have traded it, right where we were talking about it, right when it was contracting. I was like, this looks good. And you know what? Like, haven't been able to trade all day. I'm not good at trading live. And there you go. You know, it's just story of my life. Keep going, 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 going. I keep going, going, going. Yeah. We're now like 2 standard deviation land, by the way, for the weekly expected move. Let's draw that on our screen. Let me clone this out. Are we going maybe even higher than that? Propertize. Our 2 standard deviation for the SPY was 591 and some change, 18, I believe. There we go. We're going to go pink, and we're going to write weekly 2SD. There you go. 2 standard deviation weekly expected move is up there at 591. Wait, is that right? No. What am I doing here? What is going on? SPY. Yes, 591.18. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. But in Discord, it never showed loss of convergence. Yeah, it's because Discord doesn't show convergence. It shows momentum. Different indicator. Right here. It'll look like this. Settings, momentum. Badoom. So the momentum is measuring the pretty much the strength of these two. Right? It's like the algo flow behind it. And it shows when like the momentum is very strong. So yeah, momentum's been lit up all day. Convergence, all this is, and that's why I share this one, is convergence just shows you when SPY is not moving with market net flow. So like you see how it went sideways here and then convergence went gray. That's because SPY was going sideways. That's all convergence is. These indicators down here are just focused in on this. Basically. So the direction of these lines is what matters, honestly, the most, and the diverging aspect of them is what matters. But sometimes you can share this and, like, you know, it gives you ideas when things eventually switch or whatever to an extent, right? I sound like Roaring Kitty. Do I like the stock? I sound like Roaring Kitty? What stock? GameStop? It's not doing much. So, like I said, I like for the periods of contraction. It's kind of contracted, but this was a dead giveaway for me. Over, where was it? Was it, yeah, right here. No? Right here. Yeah, this right here. So, you see this right here? How price action started to see some volume? Like I'm not even joking when I say this. Like, I have been pretty spot on with GameStop and AMC. If you even go back to like my old TikTok videos, when I used to post TikTok videos, I was showing AMC at $2 because some interesting volume came in. That was during the whole blow up phase, right, where things started exploding. Let me see here. From me. Yeah, look at it. Let me jump to this. This was May 8th of 2024. See that? This is what I like seeing. You see all of a sudden volume came in and then you get this very, very tight contraction period. This is where the setups for me lie because I don't know what it's going to turn into, but it gives me good risk to a good reward. Well, what happened? Right? Damn, what the hell happened here? So there's the setup, right? Tight risk, tight reward. You play the breakout and sometimes you get lucky and you get this. Boom. right? So right now, it's like, that ain't happening right now. I don't see the volume. I see sideways action. Maybe it's kind of going like this, but it ain't setting up like it was over there. Not right now. Right? There's footprints in these markets. When you look at this volume and stuff, you can see it. So that's kind of what I look for. Sometimes I miss it. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I catch it. Sometimes I don't. But yeah. Let's go back over here. Not there. Let's go back over to SPY. We're just doodling around the daily implied move here. Through the 5,900. Nice little pop. Tesla's rocketing. Yeah, I would imagine so. Tesla wasn't moving at all, and now it's kind of putting its gears on. That's really probably helping this drive this move here. I love it. I love seeing it, especially when you're in the trade. If you're not, then you're waiting for consolidations, like I am for most stocks. Nah, this move, it's also coming to its upper vol range. So very big, very nice pop there. You said Apple caused the move to an extent, right? Nice little breakout here, but this one still has room to go to even up its upper vol range. But Nvidia too, right? Nice pop through here, boom. Actually, Nvidia's been holding the market together. Then Amazon as well, showing the strength for the earlier part of the trading session, holding this market up. But Tesla now is up 4.5%. That was very nice to see. As you can see, I am currently in a Tesla. Still haven't got like an over 1,000 reading on these tick charts, which is pretty wild. Even on a move like this today. Just the grind. See if anything changed from a zero date. Nothing changed. So we got way above 5,900 there for a moment. Not really way above, but a few points. And it's still like that main level of focus. So getting pinned in at around 5,900. It's probably what we're looking at. And then
Trump posting on Truth Social, just again saying the Fed must lower rates like Europe and China have done.
okay. So yeah, getting pinned around that 5,900 right there. And not much has changed yet from a structure there. So if anything, if we squeeze higher, it's 59.25. Other than that, we're kind of where the happy place to trade is. Yeah. Prawn, I'm not too sure. You'd have to reach out to Tradie Ticks. I don't know if it does futures. You might have to look at like USO, like the stock or the equity. I don't know if they do futures on Tradie Ticks. I've actually never tried. I don't think that they do. I think it's stocks and options, but not futures. At what point am I looking to short the market? I'm not. I'm not really interested in making money from the short side. On occasion, maybe if something sets up like nicely, I'll go for it, but I'd rather just preserve my capital. I'm not trying to trade both sides of the market really. Like if I'm day trading, yeah, maybe I'll take some scalps here and there from the short side. That's fine. But swing trading short is just not my style. Like for example, like this year, right? I'm up 22% or so. I didn't take any short positions. So some might say, well, you could be up way more if you took short positions. Maybe. Or maybe if I was short, I would be too afraid to switch long. Then I would have held on to my shorts and I probably wouldn't be doing as good. So I looked at like my trades and stuff over the course of a couple of years, and I was just like, what can I remove? Like I didn't think of what can I do differently as far as like what can I add, like new style, new indicator, all this. No, I looked at it and I was like, what can I remove that's going to reduce kind of headache, and I'll maintain the results and or get better. And there's two things that I found out. I don't need to trade options and I don't need to short the market. Because when I removed those from my analysis of all my trades, I found that my portfolio remained exactly where it was. If not, it got a little bit better. So I wasn't like net making that much money from including directional based options into my trading strategy as well as shorting the market. So I removed both of those and focused solely on what I was the best at, which was long swing trading and then day trading when the conditions of the market changed. And I just focused in on that and my results went boom. It was like an explosive move. Sometimes to become a better trader, it's not what you got to do. It's like what you got to remove. Sometimes bad thought processes. Sometimes you got to remove bad behaviors. But most of the time, people think they got to add something, like something new to their charts, nothing new to their screens, new scans, new type of setups, new type of trades. But really, a lot of the time, people know exactly what they're doing. They know how to read charts, but they just haven't honed that process yet. And they haven't experimented enough to know what to remove. But I removed those things and maybe I'll add them back at some point. But right now, I just don't understand why I would even bother. I just don't need to. Not right now, at least. This thing is just cruising higher. I'd be shocked actually to see this thing come back to the upper weekly expected move at some point this week. That'd be quite the move. I don't think that's in the cards really. And mainly because we didn't get to the upper weekly applied move through in this week. We got here and we broke above it on news. So check this out. It's so important to know this. Like I say this often, but maybe you'll understand it a little bit better now. Seeing this, but this is where the week closed. This is what the market priced in as far as risk. All right. So if the market said, hey, this is a 1 standard deviation move, this is what we're pricing in for risk. What do you think happens if we gap above that the following day? Like the start of the week? Basically, the market's like, oh shoot, I got this wrong. So you break above these levels and then all of a sudden what? You get just this potential, right, for a gamma squeeze or some massive dynamic hedging, which forces buying activity. And it can really turn into something explosive. And that is exactly what we're seeing. In fact, that's why I'm pretty positive in the swing trading pit or the day trading pit in the Discord there. As we were pulling back to here, I just labeled that, hey, we're pulling back to this, right? And the reason is because everything changes when you start outside of this. Like even on the daily implied moves, you start outside of it, things could get pretty crazy. So we came back, came in a little bit, held, and then just took off. Just absolutely ripped. So note to self, there's times where you reverse back in and just doodling around, but when you actually break from these levels substantially, you can get some crazy, crazy, crazy moves. In fact, a lot of the trend days take place when they start outside of a daily implied move. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, it could definitely happen to individual stocks too. Same rules apply. The reason why I focus more on the SPY and the SPX is because they're the big products. That's like where the hedging activity takes place, like the SPX, right? So I tend to focus a little bit more on that. But yeah, individual stocks too. Like for example, like when I'm looking at individual stocks, like we can look at Meta and so forth. Yeah, we're outside of these weekly expected moves, but what happened the prior week, right? And the prior week before that, was it inside of it and no tag, or were we been outside of it multiple weeks? When you have like for example, Meta, right? Meta's doing great right now, but last week it stayed within its weekly implied move, and then this week it's well outside of it, right? And same with some of the other big mega cap names. But if you get multiple breaches of those expected moves, right, multiple weeks in a row of breaking to the upside, then I would start to look for the potential for a fade trade. But like after just 1 week of it, I don't really care. Right? So it really has to go in order for me to actually get a little bit more bearish for a fade on a name like that, or on a situation like this. Like last week in the SPY, right? We didn't even touch the weekly implied move, I don't believe, right? And then this week, we're well outside of it. So next week, if we go outside of it again, like I'll be selling the little of positions that I have again, a little bit more, and potentially even then look for some fade setups from a very short-term perspective, or at least from an intraday perspective. But that's like pretty rare. It's pretty darn rare. $59.25 kind of grew in size here. 5,900 still that main area. So we pull right back into 5,900, kind of just pinning around. NQ coming back through. Chop, 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 chop. Maybe SPY back to 588. That's its upper gamma range here. That's only 34 cents beneath us. You can see we came in pretty much to a T, the daily implied move. I personally think that maybe not this week where I come down here, but I think that we'll be coming in for last year's closing price again, testing that out, doodling around it, and the upper monthly implied move. And we still have a lot of time left in this month, but I think that that's definitely on the table. So for me, am I going to short it? Probably not, but I'll be looking for, how it consolidates this move. And I think for sure we'll probably slip under here again, come back to it. Get to the chapa. Can you explain why the SPY Bollinger Band is going down and not up? What's the upper Bollinger Band doing? Is it going down or is it going up? Because if they're diverging from one another, it just means that we're having an expansion of volatility. If they're both going down, it's probably because this move started with them going down, right? It started moving down the market, and then now SPY is seeing a rapid move right back up to the upper Bollinger Band that could be still declining, and there's still pressure on that math that the bands are pulling in. Thousands, guys. I haven't seen it though. I would be open for the 2 standard deviation move. I still feel like we're going to be back in this area, but I don't know if it's going to be before this or after this, but coming back to the monthly implied move and the last year's closing price makes sense to me. The market just did a really strong move. It's going to pull back. It's going to consolidate. So now you got to just be prepared. I've been mapping out levels if the market pulls back, and we just haven't got it yet. So I'm just going to keep looking at new levels. And then when it does, a lot of people are going to freak out probably because it's going to probably be a fast, powerful move. And people are like, oh, it's over. And then You have these levels in your back pocket, but as the price keeps moving higher and higher in a vertical fashion, I'm just de-risking. I'm just de-risking. And then I look to start to add risk. Nice, generator. That's a huge move. How do you tell if a stock is actually a short squeeze or just a pump and dump? A lot of the time, bump and dumps are squeezed, right? I mean, it just depends, right? Some have like low floats and they're easy to move, right? And it just gets some volume and then it dies off really quick and then it just sinks back down. Higher short squeeze stocks typically have higher short interest, right? With whatever amount of days to cover, it could be 7, 8, 10 days to cover, with just a higher short interest of like 25% or more. And then if that's the case and it's like moving like very, very fast up, chances are like it's part of a short squeeze. And those things can last for a while, right? And you'll know in hindsight too, right? If it has just this blow off top move and it just comes back down, but go back to the old streams and extract your moon song. I don't even know how to. Like, I feel like I saved it and I sent it to somebody on Discord or somewhere, so they have like it downloaded. Oh, you know what? I posted it on X, so I'd have to go back in like the archive to see when maybe that was, and then I can find it. I don't know how I can do that. Or it was Sono, yeah. But now when I logged in, nothing was there. It was like by a different company now. It was like Merkle or something like that. I didn't look at FSLR. Let's pull up FSLR. Yeah, these are definitely getting squeezed up. Nice move. Boom. ENPH. And then another one. End phase. That one's not as nice. What about Run? Sun Run. Yeah, there you go. There's a squeezy McSqueezerson. Woohoo! Yeah, I mean, definitely not going to chase this stuff, but strong little releases here of energy, that's for sure. Donut. Yeah, that one's a higher short interest name. That thing got clobbered. I guess the shorts were right here. Krispy Kreme. Damn, this thing got clobbered. Wow. Some are saying a huge green candle here. Hims looks great. I mean, it's very strong. If you're in it, that's awesome. I think this showed up on my tight list down here because price action contracted. And now we get this massive expansion. So, I don't chase this stuff. This is a very strong move. I'm not going to enter a new position here. I look for price action to start tightening up. But overall, I mean, it's holding up, that's for sure. I've never done the squeeze list in my Discord, but I have the weekly tight list. And the weekly tight list sometimes includes the names that have higher short interest. But yeah, it's basically exactly what I showed on that stock market brief. The charts look the same. I'll show you this week's. Let me go to it. Give me a second. So I give it in Excel format or CSV. Yeah, I give it in CSV format for my watch list and my tight list. The tight list is just stocks from the watch list that are contracting. Here. Hi, and welcome to my class. the tight list. So you'll probably see some of the names that were on here. What did I just do? What was that? Okay, so here's the tight list from this week. I mean, the names have already moved, right? But you'll see that you'll get the names from the watch list that are kind of contracting, right? That are setting up. Typically stronger names, right? This one just recently broke out. I don't know how Boeing made it on there. I must have, I don't know what I did there. Ooh. So, yeah, down here is ZS. Let me hide myself. So, yeah, you got ZS down here, right? CPNG, OSIS, Netflix has just been kind of going sideways. You see what I'm saying? Like, I go through a lot of charts manually, and there are a lot that are just kind of contracting or tightening up that I'm looking for, you know, potential opportunities to trade to the upside. Sometimes to the downside, but I'm not directionally biased here. I let that be up to you. But typically most of these are bullish. There's some that are not. Like Uber right here, right? Consolidating. Was this last week? I can't remember. Costco, PEN. This is one that I did trade. Yeah, just names that are getting tight, names that look like they're about to make a move that offer up good risk to reward, right? PANW, right? That's a popular name, right? This higher low over here in ACI, can't imagine doing good. There's Oklo, right? Remember we talked about Oklo earlier. That one's there. INVH. I don't know how healthcare stuff is doing, but that looked pretty good. Let's just see what that looks like. I feel like that one's not doing great, but we'll see. I like that pullback. Yeah, no. So most healthcare stuff expanded to the downside. Hershey, right? Another one that was consolidating, which it seems like a lot of the, what's it called? And there's CLH. We showed that one earlier. This was getting very tight, but that means it could potentially expand to the downside too. A lot of consumer staples did. Let's see, what is it, HSY? I'm probably expanded to the downside. Yeah. So we get tight price action, boom, expansion. And then on the positive note, if you want to see something like what it looks like for a good one, right? We can look at these, like, I don't know, PANW, right? What did that look like? See if that did anything good. Okay. PNW kind of consolidated. Boom, we saw a little bit of a breakout here. So I'm trying to find names that offer up good risk to reward, that if they break out, you want to see volatility expand in your direction. If they break down, you just don't enter it, right? And I just give a bunch of different names from a bunch of different areas. There's ASTS. Was ASTS good? Can't remember. Oh, that was on the squeeze list. Right? That one saw a nice big pop today, but that's been faded. Oh. Cyber. Oh, that one had earnings. That one's still looking pretty good too. Ticks here. Let's take a look at ticks. What is going on here? Oh my gosh. What is going on? Am I hallucinating? Yeah, okay, there we go. Just chopping around. Ain't giving us much. Chop City. Chop City. EHC looks bullish. That's what's EHC. Encompass Health. Yeah. It's holding up well. This one had a big breakout and earnings came, and now it's consolidating the earnings move. I always like that. I always prefer them to like consolidate down a little bit like this, but it's still looking pretty strong. Healthcare names have Smells like a fire. Give me a second. 1 second. Shit, my bad. I was muted. Sorry, what I was saying there. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Somebody had mentioned that not much volatility on SPY today or yesterday, and my what I was trying to say here was that makes sense because we're back above the gamma flip line. When you're above the gamma flip line, typically volatility comes in, liquidity increases, markets kind of buy the dip and so forth. And we got out of the gamma flip line right in around this area. You saw a little bit of a pop back into positive gamma, but overall, bam, volatility gets crushed when you're back under the flip line or back above the flip line. UNH, yeah, UNH took a big spill today. It's still down. I mean, this thing is just on the lows of the trading session today. Yucky. Ew, yucky. Lily. Eli Lily. Yeah, just kind of sideways chop. Some might look at this and be like, it's wedging. Yeah, today's an inside day. We had a bullish reversal the other day. So yeah, maybe get a pop here. I would say if you're watching the 15-minute time frame, you want to get back above this and break through that. Maybe it brings us up to 823. Sure. Get some healthcare names as they've been the underperformers. Perhaps when the market pulls back a bit, we can get some outperformance in them. Thoughts on Tesla, how far it can go? Yeah. I got a couple levels that I can map out. My idea was like 350-ish, which is like right where this kind of fall kind of took place here. And then this prior area right here that was acted as support. So kind of in this 375 to 350 I was thinking that could be the measured move for it. And then if I go like this and just flag it out and just do some basic measured move, it kind of takes us up into that range. 350 to 360. So that was a thought process. Look at this move on SPX. It's vertical. It's vertical. What a boring trading day. And it's such a strong move in the markets too. Boring trading day for my strategy, I should say. Not for everyone's strategy. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be boring if you kept on shorting this thing. That would just be a frustrating day. This was definitely not a shorting type of day today. No. You could have caught some moves, but this was, if you go back to the beginning part of the stream, I forget where we were, but we said, I don't know if it was like over here or something like that, right around here. We basically said the easier trade would be, instead of shorting at the above the daily implied move, the easier trade would just be trade it to the daily implied move, right? So if anybody's been here, they can confirm that or just go back and zoom. But that's kind of what we said about right over there. And it's been a dirty, bumpy road there, but you got it. And then if you even wanted a short here, then I guess you would be in the green there too. So, but still, the easier trade was going long. Yeah, Oklo was definitely on my radar this week on the tight list. And if it wasn't for earnings, I probably would have traded it. But I loved seeing these pops in higher volume throughout here and this tight consolidation. It was like a no-brainer for me to trade this, but I just couldn't do it given the context of earnings. I'm just not interested. So I had to pass. And chances are it's going to look great and it's going to come out and it's going to fly through the moon. And I'm going to be like, no. And I'm sitting there waiting for more consolidations and selling what I have left and basically all cash, waiting patiently and getting irritated. It's great.
Kiev and US sign additional agreements for minerals deal. That's according to the Ukrainian ministry.
What is that? Trying to think of that mineral stock. I can't remember it. Yeah, SMR looked great. That was on my tight list and squeeze list. And once again, I don't really trade going into earnings. Great move. 23% today. That's the movement on earnings. So yeah. UUUU is also on my tight list this week. Energy fuels, but I don't know. Like these kind of commodity type trades, I'm just not too interested in them. Is this uranium? I can't remember. So earnings is out, but it is consolidating. It's tightening up here. So maybe create something, but a lot of these commodity type trades or that are tied to material type stuff, I just never really had great experience. That's why I didn't place any miners on my tight list this week, which all of them were tightening up. Dude, Tesla is now up 5%. This thing is just cranking. Hello. I'm gonna check in on my position. What's your favorite dish? There we go. MP. Oh, is that the one that I was thinking about? Materials. I think that was the one that I was kind of thinking of. MP Materials. Is that the one that I was thinking about? Yeah, that's the one. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was seeing if there was any reaction in MP. Some volume. But nothing crazy. Best day since 2020 today? Nice. Yeah, Netflix is crazy. Netflix definitely has the look and feel of a massive gamma squeeze. That is no joke. This was like Meta. Remember Meta when it did this? It was like 19 days up straight. That was crazy. This thing right here. Even this is crazy. Shorter period of time, bigger move. Chop. Chop City, chop City, chitty. Chop City, chop City. I'm up almost 50% on my Tesla position. TSLL position. Not in the full amount. I sold into it, so I just kept some on. But still, that's pretty crazy. Amazon, AMZZ, 26.78%. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Hey, thanks, Sam. Hope you're doing good too. As far as the VIX goes,
Saudi
short-term
Arabia
bottom.
and Nvidia to build AI factories to power next wave of intelligence for the age of reasoning.
Saudi Arabia and Nvidia.
Nvidia Core and STAIA are to deploy 5,000 Blackwell GPUs.
We get the news and we get it fast. As far as the VIX stuff goes,
is a Saudi data and AI authority.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, I can see maybe a little bit of a bounce in VIX as price action in the SPY has kind of reached up through the month to date, through last year's closing price. Because ultimately, I do see price coming back through here and testing it out, and maybe even this week to date VWAP. I think that that's probability. So maybe that increased VIX a little bit, but I mean, for me, I just want to wait to see if that happens, and then I'll try to buy it back up through. But I do not think that we're just going to cut through this last year's closing price and not have to retest it or go back to it. It was just too much action on it earlier in the year for me to believe that it just cuts through and we don't ever touch it again. So I think we're coming back to that. I don't know, today or the next day, but yay. Dude, I didn't take a single trade in 3 of the prop firms that I have on. Not a single trade today. One of them I traded. And I was in and out too many times, to be quite honest, which cost a bunch of commissions just to catch one move, which yielded me $235 across 5 accounts. So that made up for yesterday's mishap. Kind of. Almost, basically. Thoughts on the 10-year over 4.5? I don't know. You got Chem guy, Croissant, talking about this thing going to 6%, and he's smart. I don't know if he means that's going to be taking place now or over the course of years, or what he anticipates as far as being wrong. Like where would it go? Like how does he know if he's wrong, or is it just like it's happening regardless and I'm not going to be wrong sort of thing? But yeah, as we're back here at 4.5%, I don't know. I just look at the mark. I just look at it right now. Like it hasn't gone sideways. It's just sideways with some pops and drops here. So for me, this is nothing. This doesn't mean much. It's if we all of a sudden start really breaking, like for example, if we really start to see a rapid rate of change to the upside, I think that is what's going to fry markets, and that's going to Fortnite break time. I think I'm about to play some Fortnite, to be quite honest. I don't know how to I don't know how to do that on live stream though. I got to figure that out. Just switch back to Fortnite, and everyone's trying to trade markets, and I'm just sitting here playing Fortnite. Shoot. But my thought here is, it's the rapid rates of change of the move that can cause mayhem in the market. So right now for me, it's not doing anything. I think that there was some scare and some pops and stuff like shorter term, but if we all of a sudden break out of this little thing and go fly to 5%, Yeah, I think that's going to be interesting. That's going to be, first off, in order for that to happen, oil would probably be increasing. Okay, so let's talk about that. Inflation just went down. Now, right? So inflation was what? We got lower than expected, right? Yeah, came in for core inflation month over month from 0.3, which was consensus, to 0.2. Okay, consensus of core inflation rate year over year, 2.8, flat, right? So came in at consensus. Inflation rate month over month, 0.3 to 0.2. Or sorry, 0.3 consensus to 0.2. So lower than expected is what I'm trying to say. Then inflation rate 2.4 to 2.3. That was consensus, came in under. But then also inflation rate year over year, the previous was 2.4, and that went down. Okay. So core inflation rate year over year came in flat versus previous. Inflation rate year over year came in slightly under than expected. And then as far as a month-to-month basis, slight increase there, a little bit of an increase there, okay, for both core and inflation rate month over month. Core and inflation rate month over month. So my thought here is, if oil keeps rising, one, this is inflationary when you see oil rise, right? Has been, will be, right? A rapid rate in the change of oil is inflationary. But the problem here too is the 10-year yield typically tends to follow oil. So if oil keeps on moving higher throughout here for whatever reason, the yields can obviously go with it. So you get rising oil, you get rising yields, and what is very strongly correlated to oil market? Energy stocks. And who knows what happens when energy stocks outperform the S&P 500? I'll show you. I'll show you a strong looking correlated chart, right? Okay, I don't even know if I have it. Where is it at? Oh my gosh, I gotta find it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ooh, oh my god. Where is that chart? Oh, well, first off, that's a good chart, but that's not the one I was thinking about. Let me put this up on my screen. So first, like this chart right here, the black is 10-year yield, and then the green line is energy, XLE, right? So oil is strongly correlated to XLE, so these kind of move hand in hand here. But the main chart that I wanted to focus in on here, dang, dude, where is it?
French President Macron, our desire is, in case of non-respect of ceasefire in Ukraine, is to impose new sanctions on Russia in the coming days. Sanctions on Russia could involve financial services and oil and gas.
So take a look. Wait, what did you say about oil and gas? We're talking about oil and gas. Whatever. We'll talk about that. We'll go back. So
US Commerce Department rescinds Biden-era AI diffusion rule. The Commerce Department are to issue replacement AI chips rule in the future. Says using Huawei Ascend chips violates US controls. So the US US Commerce Department rescinds Biden-era AI diffusion rule, says using Huawei Ascend chips violates US controls. And they will issue a replacement AI chips rule in the future.
We can pull up the Sailor to shift tool. Yeah. Okay, so check this out. So the reason why I was saying that is because this is energy relative to the S&P 500. So in short, when this line goes up, this just tells you that the energy sector, XLE, we're using as the proxy, goes at it's outperforming the S&P 500, meaning that it has better performance. Okay, so line goes up, it means energy is the safer bet than versus the S&P 500. This is just a chart of the S&P 500. Now, what do you notice? When energy outperforms the S&P 500, what does the S&P 500 do? This line go up, this line go down, this line go up, this line go down, this line go up, this line go down, this line go up, this line go down. Okay? Then what? Energy starts to underperform, and then S&P 500 go up. Not necessarily the case exactly like that, but you get my point. So what am I saying here? If oil rises, chances are yields are going to follow suit because they have a tight correlation. But then on top of that, energy stocks have a strong correlation to oil. And if oil and energy stocks start to perform and outperform the S&P 500, that can stall us out. If this line goes up, this line can put some kibosh to us. But I think that oil would really have to show up and show out, because right now, that ain't the case. It's like, yeah, like we sold off, we bounced, we came back down, and we bounced again. It's still down on the year. But it's a double bottom. Yeah, sure. So even then, it would, go to 67.5? Still lower highs, lower lows-ish. I mean, kind of have a higher low here. But yeah, so I don't know what I was going with all of that stuff, but you get my point? They're inversely correlated. These are inversely correlated. Yeah, well, what I'm saying here is the relative strength line between energy and S&P 500. When energy outperforms the market, it's typically telling us that it's not good for the S&P 500. So the point there is simple. When energy is the top performer, typically that's when you start to get tops in markets from a cycle perspective. In fact, if you go to the SPY and you look at the 2021 top over here, what started performing the best over here? Energy. We were talking about that, explaining during this time, as price kept on going higher, we're like, something weird is going on here. Like, this is typically like where markets can top. And I don't know, where was X? What did it look like for just energy? Yeah. Jeez, man, look at this. Look at this move over here. But this right here, 2021, look at that move in energy. That was very strong. And then it just kind of held up. Then also, if you look at oil, these type of rapid rates of change in the price of oil, they've preceded like every economic downturn and problems that we've had dating back since like the oil embargo. In fact, I pulled up a monthly chart of oil and applied a 1-year rate of change to it. And you'll go back and look and you'll notice that anytime we had a spike over 100 on the rate of change, the 12-month or the yearly rate of change, it actually shortly thereafter led into some market turbulence, some sort of a recession. It's pretty crazy stuff. Let me go. I don't need that much time. Go in here. All right. XLU. XLU is holding up. Kind of flat. Doing a lot better this year versus the S&P 500. I mean, with the withstanding volatility, but this one's up 6%, which is outperforming the S&P 500. In fact, let's just look at year-to-date performance on these products. Let me go to my dashboard here. I want to keep an eye on the markets too. All right, so for year to date, this is what we're looking at here. Industrials are doing the best. Really? I didn't even know that. Oh, you know why? Is because aerospace is part of that. And waste and disposal services, they have been pretty good. Then utilities, then financials. The ones at the bottom of the list, technology, consumer discretionary, so the risk-on assets have been at the laggards. Those are still down on the year. Everything else is up. That's year to date. So energy sector, it's middle of the road. But if energy sector all of a sudden starts creeping up into the top spot from a 3-month perspective, year to date perspective, whatever the case is, Yikes. That to me is not the greatest look here for the markets. And I'll show you, it's not just me saying this. There's cycle research done on this, and I constantly share it. Sector rotations. Here's just a visual that I like to use. But typically you got the orange line, which is the market.
Futures settled at $63.67 a barrel, up $1.72 or 2.78%.
Orange is the stock market cycle. Blue is the economic cycle. But these are the 11 sectors that make up the S&P 500. And you can kind of get a gauge. Now, by the way, you know, markets, right? You have large cycles, right? And then you have little cycles within that. And then you have even littler cycles within those little cycles, right? So it's all fractal, meaning that, you know, if energy is the top performer, maybe it's could be a shorter term top, right? And then we start to move through here. But what are we starting to see right now? We're starting to see technologies show up and show out, discretionary start to show up and show out, meaning that in the last, month maybe, right? Let me look at a month to date, or let me go one month. Yeah. Okay. So look at this. In 1 month, you have tech leading the way in consumer discretionary. And then towards the bottom is more risk off assets, right? Utilities, consumer staples, healthcare, and so forth. So in this last month, it's been very risk on, right? Bouncing back, right? Is it a bear market rally? Is it not? Well, whatever. We're just looking at kind of cycles here. And those are the leading areas. So this is kind of the last month. And then what is it push? Oh, well, industrials, communication services, which, what did we just say? Well, where was that screenshot? Did I already delete that screenshot? I think I did. Well, the year-to-date one was industrials actually leading the way. I must have deleted that. But then my point here is, if all of a sudden we are moving from here to here, and like materials start performing better, and then energy starts performing better, that right there would be my kind of warning sign, like, oh, here we go, right? If all of a sudden energy starts outperforming these two, we can be kind of approaching that area where the market starts to pull back, consolidate, digest, or whatever the case is. And if you just look at like a daily basis, I don't think that that's enough time, but what are we looking at for the day-to-day? For the day-to-day, energy is one of the top performing sectors, but technology is still beating it, right? Tech, 2.17, and energy 1.18. But I will say, let me go back to SPY. SPY is only up 83 basis points, and energy is 1.81, meaning energy is outperforming the S&P 500 right now, which is not a great sign. The thing that's saving it here is tech. Tech and tech alone is what's really helping this move. Pretty cool. Is there a resource out there for this? Me? And are you saying like where I'm getting these pictures from? Is that like what you mean? I'm there's resources all around. The photos that I just pulled was stockcharts.com, if that's what you mean. But I don't think anybody else really kind of talks about it. Other than some older, like old school traders that maybe I've learned from, but I don't even see them post stuff. I've read it in their books, you know. I don't know where I was going with all of this, but I guess my whole thing here was we talk about rates going higher. Well, then you'd expect that oil's going to go before that, or go to. Old school traders and stock charts. Yeah, I think, yeah. I don't know if he is part of stock charts, but there are some old school stock traders, or I don't even know if they're traders. I think they're just market analysts. Or investors. I don't know. Some of them could be traders, but just like some exposure here and there. A lot of them are just really good analysts, I think. Yeah. No, I don't know if we're trying to figure out why rates were going higher, but what happens if sort of they go higher is what I was kind of trying to plot out a thesis for, of what I'd be looking for, you know, I guess. Oh, does anyone other get daily? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there could be some sort of a way to get manual stuff, but on like the charts. But automatic is what I meant. I've just always done it manually because I pull them manually. However, now I coded my vol ranges, and those are manually or automatically. But it's not like from the options market. It's based from implied volatility. And they're really good. They're really helpful. Kind of gives me my daily expected move over here too when the day closes. Uber broken out. Yeah, Uber was a monster move. Look at that. Holy macaronis. Makes me want to get Grab. I feel like this is kind of within that same kind of category. Lyft made a big move too, right? Lyft made a big earnings move. So these would be all moves that I'd be looking for consolidations. Like today was an inside trading day. I would love to see this thing go out like this. I would buy it in a heartbeat to break through to retest 19. Absolutely. I mean, you probably get it here and still get to 19. Actually, you know, if you get a little bit more concentrated here on a name like that, you could technically go do something like this. Let me so this was earnings on, so this is a daily chart on my left hand side right here, daily, and then this right here is the 30-minute. But you can anchor to the earnings move, and you can say, you know, where would you feel comfortable buying this? Is this lift? Yeah, this is a lift. If this were to come down to through 1640 and then back through 1650, and the 5-day moving average kind of keeps creeping up, that would be like my early entry there to play it higher. That would be kind of like the initial test of the, I mean, we kind of had it right here, but that would be kind of the first test of the earnings VWAP. So like set an alert down at like 1630. Well, if it keeps moving higher, this is going to go higher too. But chances are we'll come for a test. And typically the first test is your biggest reaction. So I guess that this was your first test, I guess, right? And that was a pretty strong reaction. So we'll see what that looks like. But overall, yeah, nice move. For key sectors, I do for EMs, I do the higher because expected moves, you want like the sectors to actually have like you want the product to have a decent amount of volume behind it, or the expected moves aren't that great. From my experience, like you want like higher volume. So on the ones that I share on the weekly basis, they're ones that typically have more active volume. So like consumer discretionaries, tech, financials, utilities, consumer staples, energy, so forth down the list. I had healthcare, semiconductors, biotech, regional banks, miners, oil, XOP. So I share those on a weekly basis in the Discord there. Yeah, those are just the sector ETFs. And then industry ETFs. I mean, some of them are industry kind of based. But if there's an industry ETF that has good options volume behind it, could be considered to put on there. Here, you can have this week's expected moves. It's already Tuesday. I'll share it. This is what I post on. This is what I post in weekly in the Discord. If you're not a part of it, which by the way, it's $9 a month. Let me post it here. You guys can have it. It's fine. I'll share it this week. Ignore the. I think which one was wrong? Wait, actually. Yeah, NQ is wrong, so ignore the NQ down here. But if you want, you can screenshot this and look at the levels. The majority of them are all above it right now. So these are 2 standard deviation moves, upper, lower. Then you have your upper 1 standard deviation moves right here and right here. So these are the products that I share every week. And then I do monthly, daily too as well, quarterly. Cool. Just go back and screenshot it. Market net flow is still strong. S&P 500 is hanging out at the upper gamma range right at about 588. We tagged our daily implied move, coming back a little bit here. Nothing crazy. I still think that will probably retest last year's closing price and come back within the monthly implied move at some point. I don't know when, but it's still early in this month. And I think that it's an important level to see us retest. So we'll probably see that at some point. That would be my guess. You said you're surprised I'm not catching the slow-mo knife at this peak to swing short over the next 4 to 5 sessions. I mean, I didn't put on a short position, but what I did do was I did reduce risk, like I stated I would, through the upper monthly and into the daily. So I did do that. So I'm in cash, I guess, not like full cash, but let's see. I mean, I got a pretty big cash position. I closed out of all my brokerage stuff. I'll have to look it up later, but I'm pretty heavy cash position now. But I still have some exposure to some higher beta names, just not that much capital in them. If I had to pick one tool that I used that made the biggest difference and think would learning as a new trader, what would be worth learning as a new trader? What would it be? Pran, if you can clarify a little bit, what type of trader? Day trading or swing trading? But one tool, what would be one tool that made a big difference?
Brent crude futures settle at $66.63 a barrel, up $1.67 or 2.57%.
Okay, so shorter time trades. What was a tool? Okay, so there's 2 tools for day trading that I would say I would lean on. First off, you got to understand whether the market conditions are good for this or not. And I only use the gamma flip line to help me determine that pretty much, and the direction of the 5-day moving average, but basically the flip line. So under the flip line, I become a shorter term trader. Okay. So you can look that up anywhere. I post it all the time too, the gamma flip line. I talk about it in every video basically. Okay. So if you ever want to know where it's at, you can just come to my video and you'll see it. When we're above it, I'm not much of a shorter term trader. As you can see today, I haven't been able to do anything. But when we're under it, then there's 2 tools that I like to use, okay? Tool number 1, the tick chart. The tick chart tells me very quickly, right, without getting into the math behind it and buyers and sellers and the whole everything. This tells me when people are way too on one side of the trade. So either plus 1,000 or minus 1,000 or, around 950 or so forth. I even apply an RSI to it. 7, 75, 25 are my settings.
Has extended its gains to 25% on its news that it's replacing Discover in the S&P 500.
Okay, so this would be one of those tools. In higher volatility environments, I lean on this, and I have...
Germany's Merz calls for the abolition of the EU supply chain law.
A very high win rate when I approach the markets using this. Now, you got to get your hours in using this tool because it's not as simple as just buying or selling at extended areas. There's times where it just trades around up here, which is also indication that if your market is breaking to new highs, it could see a squeeze if it was trading up in this area, or squeeze lower if it was trading in here for a while down. But that's one tool. The next tool is just the VWAP, volume weighted average price. I love to use that to find areas of risk and breakout levels. So for example, right, week to date VWAP right here. I know you're saying shorter term, but we held and we held and we held the resistance. And then finally, when we actually clobbered above it, it held as that level of support and we broke through higher. So in the shorter time frames, you'll see me trade, and I'll always have like some sort of a VWAP on my screen. And a lot of the times I don't know where my VWAP is right now. Let me refresh this. Where is it at? There they are. It's like, for example, right, I was looking for this breakout right here, a VWAP touch. It hasn't even touched it yet. So perhaps if this breaks down, maybe I'll look to see out of a trade there. But also the daily VWAP right here, we haven't even tagged that daily VWAP once. And it's very typical to come down and test it. So that could be an area to potentially play against too. But then also I'll look at like the prior day's VWAP. I'll look at maybe the high and the low of the trading session. So for example, all right, I might go like this. This was the today's high VWAP. See how it kind of broke down here, and then it's holding as resistance. So if I'm looking at today's daily VWAP here, which is basically the low, and today's high price action, if it starts chopping, I mean, it's 1147, so I'm not trying to do anything, but you get my point. It starts pinching between these two. I'm looking for a break up or a breakdown, and or a slam into it for a quick fade trade. And if we broke down into one of these levels, say here or say here, what is the tick chart? What happens if the tick is getting a minus 1,000 reading into one of those levels? I would hit the horn on it. I'd be like, bam, 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 and I'd do a quick fade. But I'm talking like, this is very fast type of moves, right? Those are a couple of points. But if you are trading intraday, VWAPs, and I like the tick chart too for very quicker scalps. Those are free, by the way. I'm pretty sure VWAPs are on a lot of charting platforms that are free. And then the tick chart is basically on most charting platforms too. I use the NYSE tick chart. Palm tree. Got up to 151 likes. Awesome. What's up, FWK? Oh, 162 on the likes. Yes. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't done so already. It's greatly appreciated. I don't know if it does anything for the video, but I've been told it does. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. All right, this is Gamma Lab. Take a look here. I think we showed this one on yesterday's video. CTA has been buying. The weekly expected move for what? For SPY? The upper weekly expected move is 577.76. We broke through it. We actually started the week above it. And now the 2 standard deviation move we're watching at 591.18. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. But yeah, if you rewind the video, yeah, like Topher said, about 5 minutes, I shared the entire list. Does Max Payne factor into my analysis? Not really. Not really. I haven't really... No, I've never really talked about that or went into detail about it. I mean, I look at these expected moves and I know what pain feels like, is if we go into these 2 standard deviation moves, right? Or break outside of the weekly implied moves, because that's basically the market being absolutely wrong, right? And when that occurs, if you don't have the kind of a good like idea of what can happen from a dynamic hedging standpoint, which I think is more important than kind of just the level itself. But no. Yeah, I've looked at Target. Geez, what is wrong with Target, right? I don't know what's going on with Target. Target looked like crap. At least it did when I looked at it. It looked like Nike, actually. Right? That's what I said earlier in the stream. So Target, we have earnings around the corner, so I don't know what that's going to look like. We can pull up expected moves and so forth. But like, look at this chart, right? Look at this chart, right? Look at this chart here. And then let me pull up Nike. It's the same chart. It's the same chart. You would think at some point these bigger retailers, bigger names are going to see some relief. They have a little bit, but yeah. Barkster. That's funny. LBRDA? What's that? LBRDA. Liberty Broadband. I mean, this looks pretty good. I have no idea about it. I'm assuming, yeah, is it ADR or I don't know. Nice little breakout here. Earnings passed and it's still holding up. It's new highs on the year. I mean, the chart looks good. I'd love to see it consolidate a little bit, but target 100, go re-break this high. I mean, that would look pretty good. It's above a rising 40, 30, and 10 week. Pretty strong looking chart. Price doesn't lie here so far. It's looking pretty good. Home Depot. Oh, I haven't pulled up that one for a minute. Kind of looks like Target. We got earnings around the corner here too. This one kind of came into this prior area that acted as support. Kind of reversing here today. So I'm not ready to execute into this kind of stuff yet. I'd prefer to see what earnings brings. And keep in mind too now, what's going to be important is saying, hey, this one's down on the year, but the S&P 500 is currently up on the year. So you do want names that are outperforming the S&P 500 because if we do continue to see strength or even pullbacks, those are the names that can kind of lead the way. But names that have been, lagging the S&P 500 from just a basic principle of trend analysis, you would say like, hey, that can continue. That underperformance can continue. Not forever, but that's
French President Macron says nationalizing steelmaker ArcelorMittal is out of the question.
XLY should be on the watch list. I mean, Tesla and Amazon were both on my trade ideas, and that's basically XLY, right? So XLY, nice pop, but take a look. If I go into the Analyze tab, look at Amazon is 22%, Tesla is 16%. HD, here, there's Home Depot, it's 7%. But both Amazon and Tesla were trade ideas. And I've taken them both. Tesla, I took over here. And then Amazon, I took over here. But I didn't trade Amazon and Tesla, I traded AMZZ, 2x long, and I took TSLL, 2x long from here. And now I've sold into it again today. So that's basically consumer discretionary. I just focused in more specifically on the top holdings, 2 of them. Shorting Hims takes balls. Yeah, Hims is crazy. That's a high short interest name too, so Yeah, I would imagine some people are biting their fingernails on these short squeezes higher. It's crazy. Market's still holding pretty darn strong here. I want to just take a quick gander at the 1DTE stuff. See if anything's changed here. 5,900 is the pin. We're right there, and we ain't doing much. We're actually coming to retest the swing high, the daily high volume weighted average price right now on NQ. So these are those levels that I'm saying like you can see breaks from. There you go. Let's see here. And right now, as we pop through that, we're coming pretty much right back to that 5,900. I don't expect much here, but that's just what's going on. NNE, yeah, NNE, that one looked great, just like Oklo. Very tight consolidation. I think this was on the watch list too, or the tight list, and we popped through. So, yeah, nice little pop there. Oklo reports after the bell, so just be aware of that. It reports today. We're looking at roughly a $4.50 expected move for one standard deviation. If, this moves, maybe NNE moves with it too, because they're kind of correlated, similar spaces. Yeah. So somebody had asked me, what are the tools that I like to use? There you get to see in real time kind of why I like VWAPs. Chances of 592 closing on Friday. Closing above there, 592. I can tell you the exact probabilities. There's like what is it? What was it? Two standard deviations, 68%, 95, so 4%, just over 4% probability of it closing outside of the two standard deviation weekly move. Now that chances are higher because price keeps pressing higher, but yeah, closing above there, that's outside of a two standard deviation move. And remember, 95% of the time we close within it, but it's actually technically higher in the S&P 500. So we're talking probably a smaller percentage increase. That was based off of that was based off of Friday's close though. Things have changed, as you can see. So I still hold on to the regular, one standard deviation, two standard deviation. So I'm just going to say there's a 95% probability that we close underneath this level right here. From a week-to-date perspective. And that's the thing. When you get those outsized moves and you're right, they pay big. They pay big. We're coming back into this kind of area where we broke down here. So a pullback, maybe, on the very shorter time frame, maybe to retest this kind of level here. Could be in the cards. Market net flow is still very bullish. And we're pretty much at highs of the trading session. We're back at that daily implied move here for S&P 500 for SPY. Strong moves, man. Odds of a recession in 2025 are now at 39%, down from 66%. So basically everyone thought there was going to be a recession, and then the market goes higher and no one thinks a recession can happen. So erase the predictions. I've changed my mind. There's that drop there. back into that area that we kind of just discussed. And right back to the 5,900. Dash, we'll take a look at Dash. I scalped that, by the way. Had to get some sort of trade today. Dash looks pretty good. Earnings are out of the way. Didn't look like the market loved it, but then the market's moving higher. But overall, it's up on the year. Seeing some higher lows build out. So I'd like to see this kind of chop around, consolidate, you know, and then maybe retake those highs and try to go up higher, maybe 250. But overall, I mean, rising 200, the 50 days declining, but the 20 days crossing through it. So we can hold up in here, tighten up maybe for a few days. That'd be a pretty good look. Not all too shabby looking over here. You go into the weekly chart, pretty clean. Rising 10 week, 30 week, 40 week. MACD's trying to turn itself over here, still not quite there yet. But yeah, it's not a bad look at all. Who would have thunk? DoorDash. Looks like they're trying to get pile traders in. Hey, I mean, I think that it's just algos. The algos are jamming. Remember what we talked about, right? We talked about how CTAs, they'll become big buyers through some of those key levels. I think we're seeing that right here. So my thought is that we're probably going to see the CTA positioning, this probably start to fire up a little bit steeper here on the next update. I think that's what we're seeing. So that's why if they're net buyers, I'm just keying in on areas where they can pull back to. And I'll start adding back exposure. But right now, it's like the market's going like this, like straight up. And it's like I'm selling into it because we haven't got a pullback. Right? So when we get the pullback, if it ever comes, right, then I can start trying to add my exposure back in quietly, softly, nicely, good stocks, good looking trades, and then go from there and try to catch the next run up or whatever. But yeah, that's kind of the unfortunate thing is like I'm outperforming the market, but typically on strong moves to the upside, like I get to catch some of it, but then I'm trying to like mitigate the risk by selling a bit into it so I don't get caught into a consolidation or a bigger pullback. So if the market just keeps on going, then it's like I'm just sitting there waiting for a couple of days because eventually it's going to pull back. It's going to go sideways. It's going to pull in. It's going to do its thing. So you just got to be patient. That's the thing. Like if you're doing this for the long run, there's no reason to rush. Like, what's the point of putting on hella stuff today or yesterday when I'm going to be doing this 4 years from now? I'm not going to be thinking about this exact day. How do I swing trade the rest of the week? I'm just managing my positions right now, and if anything shows up from a good risk to reward standpoint, I'll maybe enter in some. But right now, it's like things are frothy, so I'm looking for names that have been showing strength that will consolidate, and that's it. That's all I'm doing. Rocket Lab, right? That was like kind of an interesting name. A little bit earlier, we talked about Rocket Lab. This looks kind of cool. Like this looks like it's kind of holding up here. This one hasn't been moving with the markets. That's the thing is like if it hasn't been moving with the market, is it going to move down with the markets? And if it does, is it going to be a stronger move? But you know, if this tightens up a little bit, maybe this could be a name that I can try to play back up into here. This one's down on the year, and the S&P 500 is up. So I'm not a big fan of that. But that was kind of one that was tightening up that I was going to keep on the radar. Look at this. Let me see here. Kind of a larger structure being built out, but it is in a larger kind of uptrend here. Kind of broke through this wedge over here. I'm going to just do a draw like this because it's a little bit more cleaner. Kind of in this larger structure. If I go out to the weekly chart, right, you can see kind of here too, this is starting to flatten out. Could be positive. Tightening up here above a 40 week, 30 week is rising, 10 week is starting to turn back around. So My stop would be under this week's low and or last week's low. My thought would be it can break up higher. Maybe. So there's like one example of a name. Docu, right? We traded that. Right, that was killer. Like a nice tight price action. Boom, we popped up. So what am I doing? I'm selling a little bit into it, right? Like I'm not buying right now. I'm selling into it. That you gotta like. I wanted the quick move. I got the quick move, and now I'm reducing. Right? Was it a distribution day a couple of days ago? I probably on Rocket Lab. Probably. That's why I'm still waiting. Yeah, that was earnings. It was a higher volume day, and it was down, and then we recovered a little bit. So it needs to prove itself to me. So I'm not doing any early entries. So this thing could easily break right back down to this lower channel, easily. So my thought here is if I go early, it'd be a stop under that low. But I prefer it to kind of doodle around a little bit, tighten up, and then try to get into it as we break. But I'm just looking at names that have like are setting up. Somebody had mentioned Affirm earlier, like not my favorite type of name, but it is consolidating. I don't know, inverse head and shoulder or whatever. And then I'll focus in on some of the ETFs too. What about Quantum? What's QTUM doing? Damn, that thing came back. So I don't know if this starts to shape up here. Maybe that'd be another one I'd get back into. A lot of aerospace names were doing really good. I don't know what those look like now. This one's kind of holding up, RTX. So I got my work cut out for me. I have my tight list, and a lot of those names kind of broke out. Let me see if anything sticks out to me right away on my tight list. Coin, man. Oh my gosh, that thing is crazy. Look at Coin. A lot of those moves this recently. All right, so PWR, that broke out. Boeing broke out. PRDO, that's kind of going sideways. ATRO broke out. Coin broke out. ZS broke out. ALAB broke out. SMR broke out. OSIS broke out. Uber broke out. AAOI broke out. CPNG didn't break out. Well, it actually did, but now it's consolidating. So earnings move on CPNG. So this would be on the rate. Look at the volume here too. So we're kind of coming into this area where we ran into resistance, but we broke out of this area with strong earnings move, consolidating right at around that 27 near these highs. So yeah, so maybe RKLB, CPNG. Let me write these down. Those could be there. Yeah, so EOSE broke out, Meta broke out on my tight list. Like EHC didn't break out yet. I don't know what that is. Can't remember. Oh, healthcare. Oh yeah, no, EHC we talked about earlier. That was earnings and nice consolidation. That's still holding up, but healthcare names are not doing all too great. Oklo broke out, Grawl broke out, GRAL. Docu broke out, Bros broke out. Sound, SOUN broke out. SKWD did not break out. SKWD. Wait, what the? So earnings, and now it's kind of going sideways. It's not my favorite look, but it is, pressing new highs, so that's not bad. Grab, GRAB is still very, very tight. I'm not loving the consolidation on Grab right now, but it is, it's coiling up, that's for sure. Cake broke out, of course. Why not? Cake's tightness, boom, broke out. That's pretty strong here on this little down slope, boom. I think I talked about CELH. That looks like it has some potential. I'm just writing these down. PEN. I like that one. I actually sold into PEN. I still have a little bit of a position left, but I played the breakout and I sold pretty much here. I got pretty lucky as it was coming into prior supply, and then it sold off a little bit. I'm still up in the position, still have some on, but this looks pretty good. This is holding up, so my position is going to remain unless something changes. I have a position in LRN. That one saw a great breakout. I sold into it, but yesterday we got a back test. It was a pretty big move. I don't know if there was news or whatever, but you know, it was a nice breakout and I sold here or something like that a little bit. And then I think I was down on the position for a second and then it bounced right back up. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm fine with that because I sold in, I locked in some of the profits, see where this thing goes. If it's just a shakeout. Big Bear did get a squeeze. BBAI, I already got my squeeze there. So that was today. This was nice tight consolidation. This thing could potentially fire off. You see this volume here, the volume there, and then this consolidation. Sometimes these squeezy names, they can get going. This thing's up 11% today. That was part of the squeeze list. Some tight list names expanded, but they expanded to the downside. Nothing really is just sticking out to me right now on this list other than that. So I'm going to have to just run a little bit more scans. Root, R-O-O-T. Earnings is out of the way here, and this is now double inside day. Well, not really double inside day. I take that back, but it's earnings. We've been consolidating within the earnings is what I meant by that. But you get these higher lows here and tight price action. So maybe this could be a potential name to have on the radar for a breakout. I'll write that down. Man, that Grawl move was huge. That was killer. I was looking at it down here, and then it broke out, and then I just made another notification about it on the trade ideas that it was flagging. Earnings, though, is after the bell. I think it is, at least. What's ZS? Look at ZS. This thing just ripped. S&P 500 back at its daily implied move. NQ holding up. We saw that move up to this area. Then we broke back down to the little VWAP right there from the highs. Just floating sideways. Looks like it wants to go again for another high. We're above 5,900. See if anything's changed from a zero-day perspective. Coming into the last 45 minutes of trade. Cash market session. 59.25 is still there, but 5,900 is still the larger level there. Take a look at some of the comments here. Cron is breakout, C-R-O-N. Little choppy, and for me, I guess the volume. No, I don't like the volume. See how it's kind of like choppy? Like there's some good pops in volume, like you're not joking there, but also it's like a couple million here, a couple million there, but the price of it is only a couple of bucks. So if I go into the intraday timeframes, like I don't like this type of price action really. So I would have to focus in on the daily charts and so forth. Chronos Group. Why does that sound familiar? But I can see like maybe this down sloping trend is what you saw the breakout in. Good setup to be something. Definitely pockets of strong volume in there. Not my preferred style of a stock to swing trade, but a lot of people make a lot of money on these micros, these smaller cap names. Axon, that one sounds a lot more familiar. That looks great. Look at that thing breaking to new highs today. Killer. Can't complain there. See how it consolidates. I think we pulled this one up a little bit earlier, but yeah, new highs. This thing is crazy. Paul, yeah, my bad. I forgot about that. You want to look at that scan? Yeah, we'll run it right now. So you go over to FinViz and you go over to the screener tab. High Desert, or did I do, what was the name of it? I think I called it Show Me the Money, but it was the High Desert scan. So basically what I got going on here is here, if you screenshot this, it has all the stuff that you put in here. I would probably up the volume, to be honest. That's pretty low. I don't know why I have it so low. But relative volume, I'm scanning for under 0.5. And 52-week high-low is 0 to 10% below the high. So what does this mean? It's called a High Desert scan. And you can change the settings too. You can make them how you want to make them. But that means 52-week high or low. So we're basically in an uptrend. But it's 0 to 10% below. And volume's drying up. So meaning that we're looking for stocks that are pulling back. And then volume is contracting. So price contracting, volume contracting. So that's what it's looking for right now. If I go to overview, I look at volume from the highest stack down, or maybe even the higher market cap names, right? And then down. I don't like the small, crappy little names personally. But so if I do that, you can start to look at, these names. So for example, Honeywell, right? So Honeywell, it's been kind of just grinding higher. Volume's dried up here. You might want to do it after the bell to get a more clear picture of what volume looks like, actually, in my opinion, because we're in the middle of the day. But here's like PRCH, right? I don't know. I have no idea what that is. Software, PRCH. Let's look at it. Like earnings came. Now we're consolidating, right? Volume drying up after an explosive move. Like I have no idea what this is. But all I do know is that we just hit a new high. Earnings was great. And now I look for the continuation. I don't know. I'll put this on my list. Let's see what it does. Where's my list go? Is it good volume? This is a high beta name. It's not the greatest volume. It's not that great a volume, but we're seeing like pops of pretty high volume. I'll put it on there, but this is just kind of stuff that I just look for. A bank, NWSA, News Corp, kind of consolidating there. So I'm looking for consolidations. Fiber, wow. That thing's been on a run. MFC, that's insurance. What's fiber look like? This was a buyout or something like that, or I don't know, something happened here. No, I don't trade that. I think you should run the scan after the market closes when the volume data is fully loaded. HAS, Hasbro, right? That was a pretty nice consolidation. That broke out. But that's what I look for. Right now I'm seeing insurance names which fall within the financial sector. WRB, that's a bigger name. Allstate. So if I go like this, WRB. This one had a nice big news move here. Came back down, rising 50, rising 20, rising 200. Earnings came out. It was good. Started to break out, and we're still consolidating here. Allstate. Another one. Recovering, volume drying up. Price action's consolidating here too. Earnings is out of the way. So that's the quick look there on just that scan. Scooped up path today. Oh, let me see. Nice. Oh yeah, look at that. It's 50 days starting to slope, turn a wreck around. 20 days sloping up. 200's kind of calmed down. We got earnings around the corner. It's been a long time sideways, that's for sure. But when it gets going, like these little uptrends here can produce some nice pops. I'm not actually too like that. That actually is kind of interesting because you do see like the MACD is starting to curl up, positive divergence there. And if this actually starts to move into a markup phase, this thing could easily be 100% gainer, probably in the matter of a week or so. Flies right up to $20. It's not quite 100%, but you get my point. These things could get going fast. What about net, NET? It's like net, yeah. Remember when net was like getting crushed too? That thing, boom. Saw some real nice pops. I don't know if that's in the same area, but I just for some reason thought about this name. Do I think BRKB looks good? Yeah, I mean, it still looks great. I'm not a fan of, chasing this this earnings gap down. We're kind of holding that 50-day and it's kind of slowly declining here. So I would prefer to see it kind of come back to life here before trying to enter here and seeing it kind of slip off a little bit. Because even if it slips off down here, it's still not it's still performing good year to date and it's outperforming the S&P 500. Right, so these are the setups that I like. Like, see this here? I remember talking about and making a video about this and everyone laughed at me. Not everybody. But I showed some charts that were setting up, and this one right here was the tight name, one of the tight names, along with like some others like Chubb and stuff like that. But you see how clean this consolidation is in an uptrend versus where we are right now? Like, you tell me which setup you'd rather choose. Down here, like this, not even knowing what's going to happen, or, like, what do you do here? You see what I'm saying? CRML, Critical Metals Corp. Not my style of trade here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these type of setups. If I'm ever trading this type of stuff, there's like some sort of volume, some sort of news, and then it might be an intraday thing, but it's pretty rare now that I'll trade like such a low price name that doesn't have like, the supportive volume behind it. It's just not my style. Yeah, it hurts to look at net. Yeah. Passed on it a few times. Yeah, same here. I've traded it here and there, but it's always funny. You look back and you're like, dang it, should have hold. What's up, LA to Mex? DJT doesn't look bad. DJT, isn't that like more of kind of a meme setup? Oh, well, you're actually right. That's funny. It actually is kind of setting up here. Good eye, dude. Yeah, so you see some interesting volume kind of pops here, and then now price action is running up to declining 200, and it's been going sideways. Hey, maybe that does produce some sort of a pop. Maybe. But yeah, it's consolidating, that's for sure. PFE. Once again, I don't really, I'll sometimes trade those for quick moves, but like I'm not like huge on the trading the meme stocks for longer periods of times. I'll look for the setup. If the setup's there, I might take a little entry, and then if it moves in my direction, I'm pretty quick with it. Pretty quick to move out. Because they're just like, typically those charts, they look like this going back. They go boom, 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 boom. Like, it's like basically sideways with spikes. So it's not my style. PFE, also just in a downtrend. Not too far from the lows of the year, and it's down on the year. So when will it get some love? This healthcare name's getting beaten down. Has a while to go to prove itself, that's for sure. BTU, Peabody. This is nice little turnaround over here. It got very tight, starting to see a little of strength here, following through. Earnings is out of the way. Not bad. You see the 20-day sloping up, the 50-day starting to creep around. You're still in a larger downtrend, but yeah, that might open the door for a little bit of relief in a name like this. Weekly chart, not nearly as nice, right? So if we come back up, like just pay attention to maybe up in these areas like 18. Right here would be, this prior swing low, which can act as potential resistance. And then you have the declining 30 and declining 40 week too. So you got a lot to do to prove itself, but you know, it tightened up a little bit, and we're getting a little bit of a relief pop right there. So it's not too shabby. SPY just doodling around, daily expected move. Net flow still positive. Market's coming to a standstill. Closing time. Closing time. Do I watch unusual flow? Sometimes, yeah. In certain names, I have in the Discord, I have some trading ticks bots that show like flow. For example, like large sweeps, golden sweeps. I have a trading flow bot, bullseye bot. That gives some ideas of some flow, but when it comes to market net flow, I pay attention to market net flow for intraday stuff. And then, yeah, if there's some big orders that show up on my screen, I'll look to see if the chart makes sense and maybe place a trade or give it just, you know, an additional kind of ideal in my favor to feel more comfortable. But as far as unusual flow goes, I do a scan called the Party Starter scan, which actually found GameStop. It found AMC before they took off and went full-blown 2020 memes and Roaring Kitty stuff. Those were all found. You can see the videos back in the day that I posted. That video went completely viral because I shared with how I found it. But it's looking at unusual activity, and I have a very specific way of doing it. But I call it the Party Starter scan because you want to get to the party right early. You're starting, you be there where the start happens. It takes off, and you can get out before the cops show up. Was the whole thought process behind the Party Starter scan. BYRN. Yeah, BYRN, Byron Technologies. You know, another name that I'm unfamiliar with, kind of low volume, but pretty nice consolidation here, and is kind of trying to break from this, so not too bad here. You might have a little bit of overhead right here at these prior areas that acted as support, but it's holding up. A little bit, still down on the year, but it is nice to see the recovery and a little consolidation there. Do I see SPY going to 570 this week? No. I do not. I do not see SPY dropping back down here. Or down here. That's like 560. That's where the would close. I don't see that happening. That'd be a pretty big move. I can see, you know, the SPY coming back in, you know, to and around this area here, like you know, in here. I could see that happening. Maybe even back to the upper weekly implied move, but all the way down to the gap fill this week. Yeah. Not without some sort of news or catalyst. I don't think so. It's going to be hard to break this one. At least this week. Because once we broke the weekly expected move, we started the week here. You have a whole new set of dynamic hedging that kicks in here, and it just drives this market. It drove it higher, so to come through there, it just, I don't know. I don't think the probability is all too high. Maybe keep an eye on the week-to-date volume weighted average price. Maybe a retest of that. See what happens from there. PCT, Nolan, I do have a position in. I was talking about that one earlier on stream. I have a position originally right here on the breakdown of this channel. I took a stab. That was like a 0.5% position, so it's legitimately nothing. That's up like 40%. And then I took initially another position here on this breakout on earnings of this tight contraction. So I'm up a little bit here. And these were meant to be longer term holds on one account. So now I'm just waiting to see what it does. It's still in a down channel.
In corporate debt news, L'Oreal have priced a 1 billion 10-year fixed offering at 62.5 points over bin swap.
All right, everybody. I'm calling it quits. It's 12:30 right now. Market ain't doing too much. It's been going sideways. We looked at a lot of different names. What I've been doing personally is I've been selling a little bit into this rally, and I'm still looking for names that are setting up. We talked about a bunch of names today, but some of the ones that we just recently went over that are kind of just going sideways is Rocket Lab, CPNG, CELH, which is Celsius, ROOT, root, and then PRCH, which was popped up on the high desert scan. Like, I don't have any high conviction stuff going on right now because I don't know what it's going to look like with these names with if the market pulls back. So I'm kind of just in wait and see mode while my cash position keeps growing because I keep on selling into the rally, right? So I'm looking for pullbacks. I'm looking for opportunities, and I'm just going to be playing patient here. I do go on vacation next week. I don't have the exact dates right in front of me, but I'll give you those dates. But it sucks because, dude, I've been trying, like, people make fun of me every time I go on vacation. The markets go through a period of a pullback or something. And I was trying to, like, hopefully change that. So hopefully that's not the case anymore and I can break that curse. But I am going on vacation, I think on the 17th or something like that for a few days. But yeah, other than that, I'll try to put out some market briefs. Today I probably won't put one out because my brain hurts, but we'll see. Be careful, be safe out there. And I appreciate y'all showing up. Trader Joe. Oh no. Alpha. Thanks, One Wheeler. Thanks, Nolan. Trader Joe. Blind Squirrel. Snowflake. Max. Appreciate y'all showing up, showing out. Rocky. Stinky Man. House of the Rising Funk. Paul, John. Thanks for everyone tuning in and everyone out here on Twitch too as well. Appreciate it, Omer. Thanks for tuning in. Barkster. DD. Nova. LA to Max. Palm Tree. Jaka, Trading Guru, everybody out there that's in the Discord too. Kev. Alrighty. Thanks, Slav. Felix. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Look at this market starting to run as soon as I'm about to get off too. Look at this. What is going on here? Oh, punk. It looks like it is going to squeeze higher. Ugh. All right. See you, McKinsky. All right, I'm out. See ya. Bye. See you, J. Haas.